Okay.
Hey yo, this is Logan from Australia. This is Joseph from Leicester in the UK.
So, again, this is one of those stream things, and I guess since there's nobody on stream, once you start a stream, I figured I'd record maybe a little bit of an intro for those of you who are going to be watching this stream post-stream. So, what I'm working on right now is a drawing manual. And the thing about this... Oh, I can't deal with this. Let me just switch the playlist so I don't have to talk over these people. There we go. Okay. So anyway, yeah, so it's a drawing manual. And the thing is that there's been a lot of drawing manuals out there already, except that they are made in what I would call a wad of knowledge format. So wad of knowledge just means that we throw a book at you, you read through the thing sequentially, top to bottom. I think the best example of wad of knowledge teaching would be history classes in public school. Public school history classes. So what they tend to do is they tend to get you to memorize all the names and dates and regurgitate that stuff and somehow retain that stuff long enough for you to pass the test. And then you promptly forget it afterwards over the summer break. Or even sooner than that. So the thing is that you can't... This is no way to learn drawing. Okay, it might work for, I don't know, other disciplines. I don't really know. I can't name any disciplines that the wad of knowledge teaching technique works, but drawing is not one of those disciplines where the wad of knowledge works. And if you look at... Drawing is an activity. And if it's when you are a functional artist, then it's like walking. It's like breathing. And actually, walking is one of those things that we're not born with. Don't get shot. We are not shot out of the womb on 2 feet. We have 2 feet, but we're not able to stand on them. And it is only over a period of time of mental development, because we are not born complete. We are born incomplete. So it is over a period of mental development as well as training and trying to walk. And we look at our parents and we try to emulate them. But we also, first thing, that the baby has to do is the baby has to learn to sit up and even be able to hold its own head upright. And yeah, sitting up is a tough thing. Crawling, and then being able to stand. And you can, when you're a kid, like when you're starting out, like standing is something you can only do for a short period of time when you're just starting out, and then eventually you start taking a few steps, you fall over, and it's this process that takes a really, really long time. And just try teaching somebody who's not a baby how to walk using the wad of knowledge technique. I think you can tell them, to put one foot in front of the other, or to, try and keep their legs straight. But they're not going to get very far. And so the wad of knowledge technique is no way to learn drawing. Drawing is something where you rely on your perceptions. You have to rely on a lot of feeling, a lot of trained feeling, and art doesn't work out. So that's why I'm making this manual. This manual is one in which drawing is... any discipline requires systems. It requires that you systemize the techniques. You systemize everything. And then by systemization, I mean that it must be explained in very, very clear form. That's only the wad of knowledge part of things. But then the systems must be incorporated within the person. And here's an example. Like if you are going to, when you're learning to draw and you want to draw just a straight line, I do something called point to point, where I'll look on the page, say, okay, I want the line to start here, and I visualize a dot. I hover my pen over that dot. I'm targeting now. Place one dot, move the pen out, and then before I put down the other dot, which is to figure out where the end of the line is, I look and I visualize where is that pen in comparison to the previous dot, and I can imagine the line between one dot in space and where that pen is. So that allows me to target and really see where the line goes before I place a dot and then connect them. That's the technique. That's the system. But such a thing is only top-loaded, meaning it only sits inside your subconscious. So in your conscious memory, you've got what I call the conscious stack, and then underneath that is the subconscious stack. And we need to practice this thing over and over again, and we have to slam it down. We got to slam it down and drill it long enough so that it winds up getting into the subconscious. And this is why we do exercises. And the thing is that even though you may have practiced and gotten good at it, you may have gotten good at a technique, but a technique is useless until you use it. So that means that in order to really, really ingrain the use of the technique, it's one thing to get good at the technique, but now we have to ingrain the use of the technique. And that means you use that technique in conjunction with other techniques, which are also learned through other exercises. So really the way to not just systemize and get good at, like, being good at drawing is not just a matter of getting good at a bunch of techniques. It also means that you need to interlink all of the techniques. You need to make them all work together. And so this means that you must make compounded exercises that take 2 techniques, 3 techniques, 4 techniques. So first you learn one technique, which is how to handle the pencil. Then you learn how to make that line go where you want it to go. Then you start learning, how do I draw some simple shapes using those previous techniques? The thing is that you are now building up your system of drawing block by block, and every time you bring in a new block, you must connect it to the previous. It means that you have to, it's like juggling, right? First you got to learn to catch 1 ball, then you got to take 2 balls, and you got to juggle the 2, then you got to take 3, and every time you're just throwing another ball in there. And until you can keep all 20 balls in the air, you're not a master juggler. Like, that's how it is with the drawing. And the drawing is the same thing, in that you're trying to keep multiple balls in the air all at the same time. You have to juggle them all. And you can't just have 10 juggling balls in front of you, or 8 juggling balls in front of you, and just take one and then take the second one and do one at a time. Even if you can juggle all 8 of those balls one at a time, it doesn't make you a good juggler. You need to work. You need to ramp up the number of balls that you can keep in the air, and that's what getting good at drawing is like. Or getting good at any technique for that matter. Hey Sketch, how you doing, man? And hi Pin Spotter. So yeah. Oh, I'm sorry to hear that you're stuck at work missing a stream. Post it. And hello Sarah G, how you doing? All right, so it looks like our stream is kind of populated. We have like a total of 5 people. Okay, so anyway, I'm just going to continue on from where I left off. This is Articy Draft SE. It is the Steam Edition version of Articy Draft. Articy Draft is a little hard to say what it is. Okay, it's a framework for making choose your own adventures. That's my best way of explaining it. I shouldn't just say choose your own adventures. Really, it's a planning device. The planning device is a planning program. And it is a way for story writers to create multiple choice stories. I guess that's a good way to put it. Or multiple plot stories. And so it's a plot structuring device, and I'm using it to write my manual because I need people, I need that kind of interactivity where people, I don't want people to learn by way of the wad of knowledge. I want people to be able to choose to learn whatever is relevant in front of them. So what the system does is it will show them one of the balls. And then when they complete that one ball, then anything that is linked to that one ball, to that one technique, becomes open. So the thing is, it'll show you the first most important ones, the prerequisite. And every time you learn another technique, it unlocks all the other prerequisites. So the idea is that drawing is just basically a web of different skills, and all it does is as you learn each skill, it just exposes all of the interconnected skills, and you learn those skills in any order you want. It's okay. I don't have to dictate which order that you learn those skills, because in the end, each time you learn the skill, it's going to be interconnected to the previous ones. And this is also good because when you see the choice of things that you have to learn, which are all linked to the previous skill, it does 2 things. Number 1, you don't go off learning learning skills without the prerequisite. And number 2, because it just throws all the skills in front of you, I'm actually going to make it so it doesn't put them in like a list. It's going to throw them into a cloud, and they're just going to float around. They're just going to float around, and they'll show you which ones you've read and which ones you haven't. You just click the one that you want to learn. And I do this because what this does is this forces your brain to look at all the things that are available, all the choices, and you start saying, which one looks the coolest? That's how you get people to learn. You don't make them learn by dragging them all into a classroom by force through things called truancy laws. I don't drag everybody into a class and force them to learn everything. What I do is I look at and see, okay, obviously, the first thing that you learn, I will dictate. I give you a starting point. I force the starting point, but then I can say, here's the possibilities. What do you want to learn? We can teach you all of these things because you know the prerequisite. What else do you want to learn? And you just pick and choose the ones that you think are relevant to you. You'll retain it better because you're choosing to learn the things that are relevant to you. I think it's so much better of a way to teach people. Hello, Mini Panda. And is this essentially some more artwork I'll be doing? I don't think. I mean, there's not going to be a whole lot of me drawing in this thing because it's a drawing manual. It's kind of funny. Like, I wouldn't be doing, say, illustration, but I would be doing drawings as examples. I might have chapter frontispieces. But for now, most of what I'm doing is, I've done a lot of the organization. So, I mean, if we look at this thing, and let's just go to, here we are. Yeah. Okay. So, I mean, if we look at this thing here, these are all the topics that I'm going to be dealing with. Not just so much topics, but really these are the systems. All the systems that I'm going to be teaching people. Eight of them so far. And let's look over them. Like, just to get an example, because I just said the word systems, and for now, that without a definition, the word systems is just a word. These systems are just a word. So if we look at, let's say, installation. So the thing is, I'm treating Mark's drawing system, MDS, called Mark's Drawing Systems, like Gary's mod, right, which is named after Gary, the guy who made it. So the thing is, the installation is really just, well, it's like I said, I'm treating it like a piece of software. If you're going to draw, you are a drawing machine, you're a drawing processor. And so, I have to prepare people. I need to make it so that before they go and install these systems in them, I need to make the installation subsystem, which is I got to set people's expectations. I have to uninstall all their obsolete learning, techniques and all of their old, all the myths, and I have to dispel a lot of things. Then I have to install the approach, explain how does MDS do its thing. That's an example of an installation subsystem. That's like, we look at things like the output system or subsystem, the physical tools that you use, pens, drawing materials, which I recommend. That's your physical tool subsystem. The plotter subsystem. This is how you hold the pen. How do you draw straight lines and that kind of thing. Calibration. This is the use of exercises, teaching people how to get used to drawing, getting it to the point where they feel comfortable. So, and it goes on and on and on. It's really kind of a rabbit hole. Every single one of these is like a whole bunch of rabbit holes. It's like playing Whack-A-Rabbit. So, okay. Anyway, let's get into. I've already codified this one. Okay, good. Or I've already written it. So we have to uninstall the obsolete learning techniques. So that means that I have to explain the whole thing about the wad of knowledge. I need to call out. Like whenever you uninstall obsolete learning techniques, you have to call them out. You have to make them aware to people. You have to make people aware of them because people are all forced and shoved into school, and they're kept there for over a decade, and then these things get indoctrinated into them, and so I need to spend some time to deprogram people from the wad of knowledge learning system. So I guess the first thing I'm going to do is I'm going to link that to that. And okay, so a lot of knowledge. What do I want to say? If you're coming from North America, or I should say, if you've then you have no doubt been exposed. Then you should no doubt already have. To the Oh, hang on. Let me just answer that question on YouTube. So we have Vinny Hodge was saying, the Twitch. The Twitch is MoTD. Yeah, it's twitch.tv/MoTD. So Benny was asking, yo, Mark, love your channel. Quick, big question. How do I stay more disciplined and motivated in my work? How do I stay motivated? Like, actually, no, that's a very good question. And the reason I'm laughing is because it's hard to stay motivated. Like, well, there's times where if I keep working and working and working, I start to, and there's all these great video games coming out there. Like, I've actually been enjoying the recent updates to The Division, and I've been playing it like nonstop. But here's the thing: is the way that I stay not motivated is the fact that I'm gonna die. We're all gonna die. We're dead. We're all dead, and it's just a matter of time. Our time here is limited, and I just ask myself, from time to time, hey, do I really want, at the age of 37, I'm probably never going to raise any kids. Not because I think kids are bad or anything like that, just because I'm a broken person who can't maintain a relationship with a girl. But the thing is this, like, do I really want, my if I was to be struck down tomorrow, what do I want to leave behind? Right? I wouldn't be leaving behind any kids. So what do I leave behind? And really, I think this is the thing, is if you have mortality is a fantastic motivator. Knowing that your time is limited is very important. That is, I think ever since since I was a kid, I always wanted to make some kind of dent, make some kind of, make a mark, so to speak. And since I'm not going to be making any marks anytime soon, I'd better, I better fucking step up my game. You don't get more energetic as you grow older. Your flesh just, it's I'm 37 now, starting to feel the decay of it. And that is what motivates me. If anything, is that I want to make a difference, and my power to make that difference is waning with every day. And so the thing is, if I play games for a long enough time, this feeling of not being productive at all, not having given anything to society, and really, it starts to creep in on me, man. It starts to make me. I start to feel really. I start to get depressed if I play all the time and don't do anything productive. If I have I sometimes it's like I go to sleep and I'm like, hey, what did I do today? Nothing. It's not a good feeling. It's not a good feeling at all, and that's generally how I stay motivated. But I mean, the thing is that it's I think it's very healthy. It's very healthy to hey, if you're feeling really tired and you need a breather and you need to play video games, go play video games. Go play video games. Don't wring out a dry cloth. Don't try to wring water out of a dry cloth. Go play video games until you start to feel enough self-loathing that you're going to get back into the saddle again and start working. That's all it is. It's just a back and forth bouncing cycle. The whole thing is just not to stay too entrapped into video games and make video games your career. So many people who want to be pro video gamers, I don't know, because the thing is that the thing is this, that it's something that will last you up until your reflexes start to fail you in your late 30s. So just FYI. So yeah, it's just, look at us. We're human beings. We have been handed a marvelous legacy of being able to live in a civilization. Countless people have. Oh, I'll answer that in a second. No face. Countless people have died before their time, in wars, in strife, in combat, and to disease, and we have been brought to this point. We have been handed a tremendous legacy, and this legacy, from civilization can come in the form of the writings and the teachings and all of this hard-won knowledge. I think that, as somebody who lives in a civilization, it's part of our duty. We've been charged with a duty of building upon that civilization, of having something else to stack upon, the knowledge, and to preserve that knowledge, this wisdom, and sometimes to challenge it, to improve upon it. and to pass it forward is very, very important, because the thing is, like I say, we have been handed this from our forefathers and from all those who have come before us and may have fought and died for us. And the thing is that just because we exited the food chain and we don't have to worry about getting eaten by some tiger in a thicket somewhere, while there are some places where you still have to worry about that, I think this is a tremendous opportunity. It's a tremendous opportunity. It's like being handed a lottery ticket. We have gotten the Charlie and the Chocolate Factory. We've got us a golden ticket. What are you gonna do with that fucking ticket? Piss and shit all over it? Come on. You got the fucking ticket. You get to live in a civilization. You have parents that have, I hope you have parents that have raised you and, and brought you up and given you, clothed you and give you resources. I mean, like, what are you doing? Like, I mean, it's like, to me, it's like being handed the lottery ticket and just, using it to, spending it all on just knickknacks in a dollar store. So I think every day that you have that is, every day that you have alive that you're not being, I don't know, attacked by animals or being strung up for practicing witchcraft or something like that. Like, every single one of these days is just another dollar of the winnings from that lottery ticket. And unfortunately, like, the winnings of a lottery ticket, they are finite. And I think that there are many people who have won lottery tickets, who have won, they've had the winning lottery tickets, they win millions of dollars, and then within a few years, they're broke. So, you've got that, winning lottery ticket. What are you going to do with it? All right. Hey, NoFace777. So, do I create art to relate with people in the future? Like, do I do it in order to comfort, entertain the people of the future once I die? Great question. I do art for its. I would make art for its. Not why do I create art? It's more like why I got good at art. So here's the thing. It's like I didn't like I got good at art so I could create art. But I say that art is articulation. Right? Art is the ability, and to articulate means to bring things together, to connect them and join them, to arrange them into something greater than the sum of its part, or something other than the sum of its parts. And so the thing that it brings together is, well, it's thought. We have most of our thoughts, most of, everything that we have is all locked up in the meat prison of our minds. And it's kind of vaporous and doesn't have any form, and it's fleeting. It's fleeting. A lot of our thoughts don't even get committed to memory, and so they're gone forever. Especially sometimes there's some good thoughts in there, and they're gone forever. And so I became an artist so that I could take some. I didn't get into art knowing this. Now I'm more devoted to art, or to being good at art, so that I can take some of my thoughts and I can articulate them into something that will hopefully stand the test of time and can be added to civilization. And then some of these things are just ideas for myself, thoughts for myself, things that I would like to see for myself in some sort of concrete form. So that's why I create art, or why I'm into that. Yeah. Hey, Pinspotter, I had to do that this holiday season to think you're ready to go back to no. You know what? Hey, guys, wherever you are, Merry Christmas. Merry Christmas. I hope. I think that Christmas has gotten kind of a bad rap, overall. No matter what religion you are, or demographic, isn't it so nice to have a few days to just slow things down, rest, recharge, eat, drink, be merry. Be with your friends, be with your family, be with people you love. If you don't have any loved ones, don't have any friends, find someone to be with, and just have this is one of those few times to actually have some time to actually slow down. In my case, it's like, I get to catch up on all these video games, and again, I get to recharge that feeling of, oh my god, I'm being useless, feeling back up. So the holidays are really, really a wonderful thing. A wonderful thing to recharge the old batteries of sloth, and I think it's it's the holiday season is a wonderful thing. I really do hope everyone has been having a wonderful holiday season. I hope that they continue to. So, okay, so let's see. The lottery ticket pays for a lot of booze and hookers. Hookers and blow. Okay, so No Face 777. Let's see. When No Face was saying, when I was growing up and life went to a sadder place, I would run to games and manga and animation. And I know I want to express my feelings, experiences to do the same for someone who might go through the same thing. Yes, help me with this. Very sweet. Yeah, it's I mean, I still want to make a manga. I still want to make video games. I have made, a video game. And I'm still doing that for a living. And I do want to write, stories. I wish I was better at writing stories. So again, these things of wanting to be better at, these are very good. Like, you don't always have to be producing something. Sometimes just getting better at learning a thing, really, really good. So, just don't worry about it. Like a story bender. Story benders, that's what a good writer is. A good writer is a story bender. And or a storyboarder. I think okay, it's great. Storyboarder is an ultimate goal, and I think that a storyboarder is a kind of storyteller who storytells through images. So, if you would like to become a storyboarder and you're looking for, I can give you two excellent resources. They come in the form of books. At least story writing has been well documented. Two excellent books. One of them is Story. And this one is by Robert McKee. And then the other one would be On Directing Film by David Mamet. Those two are pure text, but they are excellent. Stories about the story writing and some of the storytelling techniques and how to make a really good plot, and how to handle dialogue. It just handles like pretty much almost all the Garund, all of the things you really, really need. These really sundry items, which is Story by Robert McKee. Nothing bad in that book. Actually, it's all gold, and it's a Bible, and it is kind of a wad of knowledge, but it's a thing that I think should be learned over multiple rereadings. That I keep going back to. Every time I'm like out of ideas, every time I'm like stuck on my story, I just open that book up again, and the feeling of desperation makes me absorb the things that I need from that book. So that's a really, really good book. The other one is On Directing Film by David Mamet. That book is a film director's. It's a very, very thin little tiny paperback, right? Both books are actually pretty cheap. Can be had, like, you get them used. And like the On Directing Film, that one just talks about how to deal with the screenwriting, pure screenwriting, and if you want to get into storyboarding and that kind of thing, that one is golden, wonderful stuff. There's also the 5 C's of cinematography. Just a good reference book. If you want to learn about all the camera moves and that kind of stuff, especially for a storyboarder, and you want to be able to show, like talk camera moves. This is much more technical. And I don't use it quite as much, but that's a pretty good one. It's a very, very good, professional reference for cinematography. And then, Will Eisner. Will Eisner he's like the granddaddy of North American comics. He's the guy who wrote The Spirit. And just really, really good. Contract with God. This guy he's like a freaking genius, and like he's like the godfather of comics. And so I got 2 books: Storytelling and Sequential Art, or something. Let me dig them up. I'll dig them up. I'll get the actual the references for you. I think it's Comics and Sequential Art. Yeah, that's the one. And he has another one. Might be like graphic. Yeah, this is the one. Comics and Sequential Art. What else does he have? Graphic storytelling and visual narrative. Yeah, these two. So Will Eisner, storytelling and comics and sequential art. And then the other one is Will Eisner, graphic storytelling and visual narrative. Oops, let me get that typo. Yeah, these two. stellar, really, really good. Lots of pictures, and the thing is that it's good to understand how comics do things, because this will help you with the compositions, trying to just get everything in the proper frame when you're dealing with the storyboard and dealing with sequences, just sequential art. It's so storyboards are almost like comics, and so if you want to get into making a manga or something like that, you gotta these are really, really good. What else is good? Oh yeah, there's also there it is, the Scott McCloud. Any of the Scott the Scott McCloud books are really good, but if you only buy one of them, Understanding Comics is excellent. So whoops. And this whole book is taught as a comic book, which is another really, really, really good one. And then I had one more, which actually had to do with perspective. Let me just go grab it. Got it. So, yeah, perspective. And it's by David Chelsea. Yeah, this one here, Perspective for Comic Book Artists. Magnificent. Really, really, really good. This one just talks about how do you deal with the different points of view, and the amazing thing about it is that it just teaches you everything as a comic book. It's like the comics in sequential the Understanding Comics one. So yeah, this one is it's pretty funny as well. It's an excellent read, and you can plow through this book. This book, because of the way it's been put together, you can just plow through it in a few hours, and it will really sink in. This is a fantastic reference. Yeah. So I mean that would pretty much get you pretty well covered. It'll take some time to absorb all of that stuff and for it to all sink in. But the thing is that they're books that are always, you pull them off the shelf again, you read them again and again and again, and they're excellent books. You're definitely not losing out on those ones. So what else we got? Okay, check this out. Yeah, let's see. Yeah. So if you want to do comic books and storyboarding for animation and film, those are the references I just can't do without. And there's not too much overlap. There's not too much overlap between those books. And if your budget is really, really tight, then I would say get Story by Robert McKee, because this is really, really fundamental stuff. It's good to be able to, if you can write stories that you're really, really interested in. Okay. This is the other thing. People are asking about motivation, and I think that if your story motivates you, if your story is one that's really, really compelling, you're like, oh, I need to tell the story to the world, then I will tell you, get Story by Robert McKee and On Directing Film. Okay, get these two, because at least this way you can make screenplays. At least get into writing screenplays, because the thing is that if you write a good screenplay, you will see the pictures in your head, right? And that will motivate you, and maybe that can be used as a leg up to get the other ones. So just if you only get those, the first two, Story by Robert McKee and On Directing Film by David Mamet, those are my finest recommendations. The other ones are even better when you get into drawing. So, all right. Is this going to be uploaded as a video later on? Well, because it's being streamed on YouTube, it's forever unless I delete it, right? So yeah, it's just gonna to just store the stream as a file, and people will be able to watch it. So I think that should be fine. But yeah, and at the beginning, it was just an introduction as to what this drawing system is, which is a codified version. This thing does not even make any builds. Okay, I don't have any builds. I don't have an end game. I don't have not end game. I don't have a due date for this thing. It's just this is just a side project that I plunk away on and throw a few bits of knowledge into it. So yeah. Oh, thank you, No Face. Thank you for your support. That's and I'm glad I was able to help out. Like I say, it's just bit by bit. I try to make a dent and help people to get better and better at drawing. But I think making, obviously I'm not going to be around forever. No one is. This too shall pass, and if I can codify this into an electronic form that is easily distributed to people, and they can further disseminate the information, so much the better. Oh yeah. Okay, so if you've been raised in North America, then you have already several years of exposure to the public schooling systems wide of knowledge teaching technique. The best example would... Do I write the driver? I didn't write the driver. I just stubbed it. I wrote a little DLL. That would intercept the input from the Cintiq, and then it would modify and then pass it on to TV Paint. So normally what happens is your software will talk to your driver. What happens is my software talks to my little DLL, which then talks to the driver, which receives information from the hardware. That information goes back to the to my little file, and then my little file sends it back to TV Paint. So my little file is just like a third-party go-between. It's just it's a man in the middle. Okay, so let's see. The best example would come from or I should say, not the best example. I should say my strongest memory of the comes from attending history class, where we would be corralled like sheep into a with chairs that were and then forced to memorize names and dates of long past world events with no understanding of why. We would then be asked to regurgitate this information and graded by the fidelity which was promptly wiped by the summer break. I should say, unfortunately, no amount of memorization will make you an artist. Anyone who if this is what you have been led to believe. You have my utmost condolences. Okay. So, now I need to say, now we need to move on. Okay, so there's the wad of knowledge. We need to, so the thing is, I tell them this to uninstall it. Let's bring them on to the next dialogue fragment. I need to explain something like walking. I should say, oh, here, let me just shift that over. That way the text is, okay. So, yeah. But drawing is an activity. American school. Marcus Conquer. Actually, I'm Canadian. Surprise! But yeah, the North American schooling system. Like, I think it's the it's like this Prussian schooling system. Our schooling system is based off of some weird Prussian schooling system that was made to turn us into very good factory workers and soldiers. It's pretty fucked up. So yeah, drawing is an activity. It's a discipline. It's a thing you do and not a thing you know. Kind of like walking. We shot out of the wound. But usually head first. Not even able to. Oh, the whole of being shot out of the womb. I gotta show you this. I have to find. It was this really weird ad. I think it was like a. It was like a the Xbox ad. I think the Life is Short Xbox ad. Yes. Life is short. Play more. Okay, yeah. Find this video. There you go. Anyway, I'll let you guys find that one. Here, I'll paste a link in the There you go. That one's pretty awesome. And yeah, so we're shot out of the room not on 2 feet, but usually head first. And bloody. And not able to keep our heads on straight because our because we're incomplete. disproportionately large craniums. Unlike offspring of horses or deer, which can run which must be able to trot away from predators, unable to be carried by their parents who have no opposable thumbs. There, okay. In the safety of our... that's why I only show the beginning of it. So in the safety of our warm houses, of our parents' warm homes, we first learn to keep our, or I should say, we first become available or able to. How important is it to draw the side view to transfer into 3D? Oh, to draw the side view. It's not a matter of how important. It's kind of like it's about as important to you as your big toe, which means to say it's only a small part of the whole process. But you just try running a marathon with no big toe or no big toes, or let's say a broken big toe. You can't run a marathon with a broken big toe because it hurts like a dick. It hurts like crazy. So yeah, that's how it is. Everything is important, and the thing is that it's important because it's interconnected. All of these skills are interconnected, and it's just like parts of a plane. The whole thing about drawing is it's a system, and so a system cannot really function when it's missing a vital component of the system. It's like taking an airplane and you get rid of its fuel lines. It's not going anywhere. So same thing with cars, right? You take out the engine, right? Or you take out like a spark plug, things are just not gonna be, you're in for a bumpy ride is basically what's happening. So that's how it is, that anytime you take out one of these systems, anything that's connected to it is going to start failing, and anything that's connected to them starts failing. So that's just how it is with any kind of system. Yeah. So okay, so let's see. So in the safety, we first become able to I don't know, then we become able to roll over, sit up, stand for as long as possible. All the while, we are training, we are exercising muscles and training the necessary to coordinate in a sort of game of TWOP, but more like TWERT. There we go. I know some people might not get that QWOP reference. I have to I need to find. Here we are. Yeah, QWOP. So you guys can find QWOP, but basically QWOP means that you have to be able to okay, right? So this is how walking is like. Okay, so that's pretty much how walking is like. It's like QWOP except it's QWERTY UIOP. Thank you, professional novice. Do I have a Discord group? Yeah, I do. I rarely ever go on it. The thing is that as personable as I seem on stream, most times I'm not. Like I really appreciate solitude. Like I really like it when there's when I have the house to myself. Sometimes I like working when when the house is all empty and there's no one there, and I like my solitude. It means it's nice to be able to be alone with my own thoughts. So yeah, there's a lot of times where the only time I ever talk to people over voice over IP would be with a friend when we're both playing Discord together and we're throw some grenades, right? That's about it. But yeah. You know what? QWOP, I don't know if it makes you ridiculously angry. You saw it for the most part, you just have to get used to the feeling that it's it's made to fall over all the time. And there was also another one which he made. I think it was it was Trot, TROT or something like that. It was the one. There's a game which is basically it's a unicorn running game, and that one's actually much more possible. It's still really hard though. But it is there are people who've gotten good at QWOP, so go figure. Yeah. It's not just introvert. I mean, being introverted doesn't mean being, I don't know, I wouldn't consider myself socially awkward. I talk to, most times I go to a gathering and people engage me in conversation. I'm able to talk their fucking ears off. But the problem is I talk their ears off and I get tired. I tire them out and I get tired. And I think most people aren't able to withstand the degree of engagement. I don't just sit there talking. I mean, I ask them, if we ever engage in conversation, I'm asking you things like, hey, so what do you do for a living? What are your goals in life? Your life goals and dreams. And I think, hey, what kind of dent do you want to leave in the world? And a lot of times people aren't ready to answer these. Most people aren't ready to answer these kinds of questions. They're the kinds of questions that your parents, if they've done their job right, would have been getting you to ask when you're a kid and constantly challenge these things. But I feel like a lot of people just never do. They never think about it, and they just kind of go wherever the wind blows, and they just let the world carry them around, and they let circumstances carry them around, and then they find themselves in some pretty shitty circumstances. They have no experience, no practice, and no direction knowing how to get out of the situation that they're in. Okay, so let's see. Vision systems, tactile systems. and so much more. To work together to maintain this continuous cycle of falling and catching oneself with one foot after the other. No school, or I should say, there's just no way that any single book that memorizing or web page or video will teach you will make you able to walk. The same goes for drawing. Boom. So we present the walking analogy. There's all these like little mini essays is what these are. They're like little. This is the deprogramming. You know, the thing is that we go through so much indoctrination in school. Oh, thanks, David. I'm the guy that asks the scary questions. Yes. Yep. Well, yeah. People think that you're supposed to get a good job, and yeah, like. Well, I mean, I think it is important to get a stable job. I think that raising kids is important as well. It's you know, find a stable partner. Find someone, you know, learn how to find someone who's, you know, someone of value, someone who actually has, you know, some actual virtue. Those are hard things. Those are hard things for a lot of people. Because I think that the media, you know, movies, television have done a fine job, an absolutely fine job of fucking up people's ability to sense, you know, who's a good person, who's a bad person. I feel that our civilization has descended. We have, what's that word? We've degenerated into moral relativism. So, you know, when I talk about what's moral relativism? Well, moral relativism is something where your morality has no absolutes. It's where you have no clear idea of what is good and what is bad, what virtue is. Moral relativism is when you're just looking for, you know, what's the lesser of two evils. So, you know, when I say what is virtue? Virtue is something, you know, what is, like, you need, I think in order to get away from moral relativism, you need virtues and you need principles. So these two things are universal. They are absolutes. They are what give us a moral grounding. They are our compass, and you know, they are the compass and the stars with which we can use to navigate. So let's look at, you know, principles such as property rights, which is in the Bible is, you know, thou shalt not steal. That's pretty universal. You're not supposed to go stealing things. But when you look at moral relativism, then what they say is, let's see, everybody is equal. And since we're all equal, we're all the same. And well, hey, that guy's rich. That guy's poor. And since we're all equal, the guy who's rich must have stolen from the poor person. And therefore, it's okay for the poor person to go ahead and steal back from the rich. That all evens out. That's what moral relativism is. Moral relativism is the complete abandonment of principles. It's the abandonment of virtue. It's getting rid of reason and philosophy. It's getting rid of compassion, of empathy. Right. This I think, and honesty. The thing is that when it's what makes it where moral relativism is where it's like we're put upon and oppressed, and therefore we are able to do all these terrible things, and we're in the right. Could I make a comic about it? Probably could. I've been thinking about it. I have been thinking about, like, every time I think about making a comic, these ideas come into mind, and I'm always worried, like, oh shit, is this going to be too preachy? I'm worried about I'm worried about being preachy, but I look at some of the old fairy tales, Aesop's fables. The story of the I think it was like the fox and the scorpion. It's a parable. It's where there's a fox and a scorpion who are sitting in the lowlands, and it's a torrential downpour, and the water level is rising, and eventually those lowlands are going to get flooded. And so the scorpion, the fox and the scorpion want to cross this river to get to the higher ground and to avoid being, to avoid dying. And the scorpion says, "Hey, Mr. Fox, could I trouble you for a ride across the river?" And the fox says, "No, if I do, you'll sting me and we'll both drown." And the scorpion says, "No, I promise I won't." And so the fox says, "Well, okay, I'll trust you this one time." And so he lets the scorpion climb onto his back, and they start to cross the river. So when the fox is halfway across the river, swimming across the river, the scorpion stings him, and as the fox is drowning, starts to, as his lungs start taking water and his muscles start to seize up, he's like, "Why'd you sting me? Now we're both died." And the scorpion says, "I can't help it. It's my nature." Right? This is a parable. It's a parable. It's meant to tell you, hey, you gotta learn to recognize that in this world there are some people who are scorpions. They have it in their nature. They can't help but do the one thing that they do, and you should never make yourself vulnerable to them. So maybe if you look at things like, say, migrants, and you look at the religion systems that they import, you may see something like this in those parables. Except it doesn't come in the form of stings. It comes in the form of driving trucks into crowds. But okay. Okay. I should say systems. I should dovetail this into systems. So walking is about systems, or I should say the product of your. So what's a system? I can't learn about making that interactive drawing with art. Okay. Yes. Well, I think that the hard thing about a story is that you must never dictate. You must never tell people, this is good, that's bad. But what you do is you must show them the cause and effect relationships. You must show them that the scorpion, that the fox trusted the scorpion, and that the scorpion simply played through true to its nature. Right? That's how you tell a story. You show these things happening, but you never tell the moral of the story. Except maybe at the end, when the scorpion's like, I can't help it, it's my nature. Or so I should say, what is a system? Let's look at fire. Fire. Okay. I should probably include like a picture of Beavis and Butthead with a fire. Okay, so what is a system? Well, let's look. In fact, I'm going to say, well, let's look at fire. Fire is a rapid oxidation combination of oxygen with a fuel source. I should say the rapid oxidation of a fuel source that produces intense heat. Oxygen is consumed. Or I should say, yeah, oxygen is combined, or I need to show the cycle. Oxygen or I should say oxidation. I should explain what oxidation is. And the thing is that I'm using terms which are, not everybody knows what oxidation is. Best example of is rust. Rusting metal. Or apples. Oxygen is a chemical component of the air of our atmosphere. It's very reactive and likes to combine with things. So I should say a good example of oxidate, or I should say when metal rusts, cut up or when your apple slices or your fresh apple slices turn brown on the plate. It's due to the oxygen in the air slowly combining with the molecules of metal and apple, creating new chemical compounds. Brown and rusty that have different visual and physical appearances or properties. Yes. Okay. This is oxidation. I should say that oxidation can be accelerated by raising the ambient temperature. That means that as temperature rises, the oxygen in the air starts to like bonding with other things more and more. What else should I say? As it does this, it also tends to throw off a little extra heat. An exothermic I should say that some materials, or I should say all flammable materials, have an ignition point. This is the temperature at which oxygen likes this flammable so much that it will bond at a rate that it produces enough heat to maintain this temperature, despite heat losses to the surrounding area. To sum it up, when you... Okay, sorry, I still have to bring this all for full circle because I'm trying to show the fire triangle. Actually, let's just get into the fire triangle. Firefighters are a thing called a fire triangle. It's the three necessary components to maintain a combustive reaction. Combustion reaction. Fuel, oxygen, and temperature. Take any of these three components away. Actually, I should just get rid of the word system. I will bring the word system in at the end. If you take any of these three components away, the reaction collapses and the fire is extinguished. Take away the fuel, and there's nothing left to burn. Take away the oxygen, and the oxidation, there's no oxygen to oxidize the fuel. And there goes your... take away the temperature. or I should say lower the temperature below the ignition point, and the oxygen cannot oxidize the fuel fast enough to make enough heat to continue this rapid bonding. The fire triangle is a system. I shouldn't just say it, an interlinked collection of components? What should I call a system? It's an interlinked collection of, well, it's like you take anything away. Yeah, think about that. It's almost like a machine. It's I'm gonna have to think about this. Gotta find. This is the thing, is that when you're teaching, you have to find the right words for things. I don't want to just say the word things, but okay, I'll say collection of interlinked parts that contribute to the production. Because the thing about a system is that a system produces things. Through the inner workings of interlinked parts. That contribute to the whole process. Okay, good. Good. Next. Wham. I mean, this is still wad of knowledge. Like we're still in wad of knowledge, but it's like it all has to be tied together slowly, and it's like this is the hard part, because since when do drawing manuals ever tell you what systems are? Oh, well, I'm from Canada. Okay. I just had a brain fart. All right, so so the inner workings of interlinked content parts that contribute to the whole process. So then, now I got to link drawing back into the system. Why are systems important to drawing? Or I should say, how is drawing? Drawing is the process that converts raw, floaty, formless ideas. Thanks, zombie. Oh my god, there's like little heart set. Like, since when did Twitch alerts put that in? That's cool. Raw flow, and thank you for the sub. All right, so it converts raw, floaty, formless ideas locked in the meat prisons, prions, wow, of our skulls into solid works, solid artifacts that exist in real. Why is that? Really? Whoa, what kind of spelling is this? I always use the letter I, not E. What kind of... Wait, sorry, this thing is like messing with me. Where's the settings for this thing? What is their spelling thing set to? Is it like... Is that British spelling? I really wish I knew. I need to look this up. I'm kind of a spelling Nazi, but let's see. Oh. Oh wow, they're actually two different words. But artifact is a British spell. It's a British spelling. They're both. Okay. Huh. So artifact. Oh, okay, I got it. So when you use artifact with an I, this is something that a person makes. But artifact with the E is used when, like, you know, JPEGs? You know, like really, really shitty compression in JPEG? Like, hang on. I had to find like some shitty JPEG compression. Bad JPEG compression. Come on. Like, there. You see this? How it gets kind of all blurry? This is a really good example, right? This is the artifact with an E. All this, like, weird, gribbly, grabbly crap. All that really janky, like, blitting that's occurring. This is artifacting. Okay, so that's the difference. So yeah, I am using the right word. I just wish that they would, you know, let me oh, whoa. Hey, I can actually get into this thing? Huh. I didn't know that I could actually open up dialogue like that. Does this thing let me add? It doesn't. Wow. Huh. Okay, so let's see. Drawings process converts raw, floaty, formless ideas locked in the meat prisons of our skulls into solid artifacts. I'm using the right word that exists in real space. And so... Drawing, unfortunately... Drawing... is not... a drawing system is not a triangle. It's more like a 12-dimensional 12-dimensional what is it? Icosahedron? No, dodecahedron. This has been... There we go. Unfortunately, a functional drawing system is not a triangle. It's more like a 12-dimensional hyper-dodecahedron that has been wrung and smashed by hentai tentacles. And that's something that would look rather nice on my desk if it were paperweight size. I'm liking how this is shaping up. Okay. So I should say drawing. I should say, okay, the components. Are multifarious. They include, but are not limited to, I should say the components of a drawing process. Drawing tools. And materials. Drafting techniques. So line, all that stuff. I should also say I mean, like drafting techniques can include anything from just the way to work the pen. Or I should just say manual tool techniques, drafting techniques. That way I can separate, 2D and 3D. Perspective knowledge. Oh, right. You have to actually research the thing that you're going to draw. So I should say subject knowledge. You have to know, you have to know how a person, breaks down. Or I shouldn't just say subject knowledge. I should say subject analysis. Oh, I have a whole fucking list of these things that I should just get into. Then I don't have to re-remember this stuff. Although forcing myself to re-remember it is kind of good. Oh, and I should also talk about cargo cult science. That's really, really important. Yeah, knowledge of science. Yeah, so there's physics, understanding of physics and optical characteristics. Yeah, lots of visual. Oh yeah, sure I can. I will try that. Oh, here we are. Well, I can zoom in like that. Is that readable? I wish I could, oh wait, hang on. Here's what I do. I have to. But then I gotta scroll more.
That's how we do it. Yeah.
In the end, I wind up zooming out. It's like, it's no point if I increase it and then zoom out. Hang on, I just have to get in there and I just have to zoom in manually. Yes. Yeah, I have to zoom in on it, unfortunately. And the thing is okay, this is how I'm looking at things. I'm looking at them like that. I'm using this crazy hyper wide monitor. This thing's a 21:9 monitor. It's 2560 by 1080. It's a huge monitor. But yeah, it's This is what it takes to be able to read all of this stuff. I like to see everything at once. That's my problem. Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Oh, that's weird. I don't know why you're not showing up on chat. Okay, so and the thing is I don't know if I'm just like I'm just listing these off to say that it goes on and on and on, and each one of these, and maybe I can just put these into like bullet points. Yes, I can. Good. And each one of these things can be unpacked into even more topics, like I need the word fractal in there. And I don't want to just say that there's a lot of things to learn. I also have to say sometimes people ask me about the relative importance. The topics of this, let's see, the topics of drawing, like, is that it is, I should say, the problem is that any one topic is kind of like a pinky toe compared to the whole. A pinky toe is minuscule when compared to the whole. But just try running a marathon with a broken pinky toe. See how far you get. Not very. I need to spoiler. Not very. There we go. There. There we are. Just try playing Quap without the P. Let's see. All right. Awesome. 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 Okay. Now I should also talk more about what it means to learn, what it means to actually have a system. You know, like, because the thing is that it's not enough. You know, how does system learning differ from walk learning? Walk is now a lot of knowledge. I'm going to call it WOK. Walk. Perfect. I love it. I'm Chinese. This suits my this. So how does system learning differ from walk learning? Well, there's that whole thing about the interconnectedness of parts. Then there's... Oh. I should talk about... like a manual for making a manual. A meta manual! Okay. There's the whole thing about the conscious and the subconscious, right? How do we get this fucking thing to the point where it's like drawing? So I say, how do we get to the point where, or I say, how can we learn? Because I'm trying to say, how can we learn drawing like walking? Or I should say, if it's so complex, or if it's how can you shoot drawing, right? Because the thing is this. I've gone in there, I've just said how complex walking is, how complex drawing is. I have to get people to the point where, you know, they're able to get into... Actually, this is... Oh, so we've uninstalled the obsolete learning techniques. I just want to see... Okay, so we're going to install the MDS approach. So... Okay, so in that case, let me break this link. Because yeah, we're done here. I'm gonna cut that, and then we paste that in there. We delete this one. I link that into that. And I can double click this and I can... Whoa. Wow. And then I can take that and link that into there. So let's see, we get rid of the wad of knowledge. Oh. Okay, this stuff about skipping steps and everything in MDS is a shortcut. I am going to put that. So, I mean, you know what? It's not like I'm going to be able to uninstall all of the obsolete learning techniques at once. It's just not possible to do it, like, for me to just suddenly have people ditch years and years of, like, you know, shitty teaching all at once. It's not going to happen. But what I can do is over the course of this thing is gradually I can uninstall these ways of these obsolete learning things. But the first thing is make people aware of it and gradually deprogram people from the bad shit. It's like you've got malware. In fact, I want to put that in there. Yeah, so let's go back to this thing. I want to put in that malware analogy. So maybe I should also explain... I want to explain the malware thing. I'm just going to make a little dialogue fragment and just talk about the malware. I need a malware analogy in there. Okay, good. Okay, so that's good. We talk about how drawing is a system. Let's talk about how this manual hopes to teach people. Well, yeah, because like the thing is this, I feel like when... Like I've been a teacher. I've taught like people in actual physical schools. I have also taught like over online, and it's like the students that have come out of the schooling system, myself included, right? Like I've taken public schooling before, and you know, I've managed to throw off the shackles of public education. But when I see people who are fresh out of the system, it's like, here, let me write that part right now. Okay, let's start back from there. So I should say, I went through the publics. was like over a decade of it. It totally fucked me up. That's the other thing. I have no qualms with swearing in my manuals. Like, my manuals are pretty they're completely uncensored. Like, I don't care if they're going to be offensive or whatever. I'm just they are the pure distilled hatred of the public school system. They are my pure distilled. Okay, so yeah, I went to the public school system over a decade of it. Totally fucked me up. It took a while. And it... In a real physical, I should say, I taught drawing in a real physical college for a couple years, and also online. And it showed me a lot. I should say, it showed me the damage I should say in a trade school. I should just say both online and offline. Is what for several years. If you include all my online, like that's a lot. No, it's not. Well, yeah. Well, the thing about school, like public schooling, is they decide the curriculum, and they force you. They force you to learn it. They teach you to hate learning. Public school installs a deep hatred for learning. Churning out countless, really, like thousands and thousands, not millions, of disinterested, listless, I should say, converting millions of bright young minds into disinterested, I should say I want to talk about the appropriate. I need to get into that metaphor of malware. So, I think the best metaphor, or I should say, the metaphor that comes to mind is when I help a not so computer savvy friend with their computer. I should say family member. You know, aunts and uncles. And grandparents. You boot the computer up. I should say it takes eons, and the web browser has a million toolbars and pop-ups. It's more virus ridden than, oh god, it's more virus ridden than what? Come on, we need a hooker analogy here. Than a bug chaser. Oh god. There we are. I'm using more like, I'm just using like seamy underbelly of the internet knowledge right now. It's got malware. And the best hope for the computer is to take off, nuke the site from orbit. Aliens reference. It's time to format and reinstall the OS. Clicking every link from every email they get. There we are. It's almost like it's just their nature. There we go. There's the malware analogy. I have to get in. You know what? I think that the malware, like some of these things should just be asides. Like you can click it and then you can see like an aside. So yeah, it's time to do the clean install. I just wanted to, you know, like sometimes I write things out not necessarily to put them in the main structure, but just to get them off of the top of my head, because if I don't write these things out, I'll be thinking about them all the time and I can't move forward. So now I can move forward into this thing. I haven't linked it into the structure yet. I will find a good place for it at some point. So, okay, so let's see. If it's as complex as walking, how can you teach drawing with the manual? Well, it's because I don't teach systems. Yeah, and the thing is that the systems can't be taught. Systems. Or I should say, cannot be taught or cannot be reproduced within individuals through dictation and memorization any more than cars can be built. Cars are built I mean, the thing is that, like, in the end, I should say that the drawing is this, like, since the drawing's a system, I should say that you have to, so now I'm talking to the reader. You have to build the drawing system within yourself. You have to build, I should say, your drawing system piece by piece and link and calibrate and I had to get people to expect that they're not going to be able to produce any satisfying results. Like, you won't, and you know what? You won't produce any satisfying results until you have all the critical components in place, until you have to build your drawing system within yourself, and you won't produce any satisfying results until all the critical components are in place, linked, and calibrated. Piece by piece. And linked and calibrated. A car your car won't start with a turn of the ignition. Or won't start with the turn of the key if it's missing a critical component. Yep, cars are made in factories by a bunch of skilled individuals, and even then, they still have to plan the fucking thing out. And if there's a problem, right? Like we lift up the hood, we look through all the systems, we say, hey, what's missing? Which, right? It's like, so I should say yet, and yet. Actually, let's use that. Cars are designed knowledgeable people, or I should by skilled people who are knowledgeable, who possess great engineering and scientific. I should say, not just great engineering, I should say understand. I should basic and fundamental principles of engineering and physics. They are made in factories by maintain who understand their systems. So we bring it into cars. So the thing is that every time I always have to flick back and forth. Flick out to an analogy that people can understand, tie it into drawing. This is how a lot of my teaching goes, is that if you're trying to teach something that is very, very much abstract, you have to flick out to a concrete analogy and then link it back to the abstract. So this is what helps people, get a grasp on this vaporous abstract stuff. Show you the system and the relationships. Inform you of so that you can there. So the thing is it's kind of like MDS cannot make you good at drawing. It can only show you how. There we are. MDS cannot make you good at drawing. It can only show you how to make a good drawing system. There. There we are. I know. Yep. Okay. So that's enough there. All right. Oh, actually, wait. I don't link that yet. Okay, so let's see. We've already done that. Second nature. Yeah. Okay. So I'm going to get a new dialogue here. Okay, so yeah, second nature. Because we need to get you to the point where you're learning how to walk. Wait, what is this? My OCD! Hang on. Okay, there we are. No, bad, very bad. There. Okay, so yeah, I need to get people to the point where they can do the second nature stuff. So I should say a second nature of the subconscious. So, all right. So what are we going to talk about in this one? Because the thing is that this is how we install the system. This is how we get everything all calibrated and working and whatnot. So, all right. Like, this is the part where you start to memorize things. So I should really make people aware of, I got to get people aware of this dichotomy between the two. Because the thing is, first, I have to talk to them about I have to tell them what the conscious mind is. A lot of people don't think about how they think. And I need to explain how the conscious mind can get you to deal with the one thing. You can learn that one thing and then promptly forget it afterwards. So really, I should say, or how to install a subsystem. Thanks, Vitrix. Okay, so this is the thing, is that if I taught you point to point, if I teach you point to point and you practice the exercise of just point to point by itself, it has worked its way into your conscious memory, which means that it's kind of the temporary, it's the very malleable and very easily adaptable part of your brain, but it's also, because it's easily adaptable, it gets erased rapidly. It doesn't stay. It does not stay. It's kind of like it's volatile RAM. Best way for me to put it. I always like using computer terms because, you know, it's got so much in relation to how we are. It's very applicable. So I like the juggling analogy. Let's just jump into it. Very much like juggling. You have to do all these things, all these different things at the same time. let's say you have 8 balls of different size and mass. I shouldn't even say balls. I should say, like, you know, beanbags. And shape. And color. You can try throwing one beanbag from one hand to the other and get pretty good at it. You can also try... You can probably... But let's say you want to juggle 2 beanbags. That means you have to juggle A and B. Or C and A. Or C and G. Each combination is different. And takes time to train. Every time you attempt the unfamiliar, it feels awkward. Do the not awkward. If you want to master juggling, or beanbags, you have to gradually increase the number of beanbags and juggle them in different combinations. This is what it's like. This is what it's like to learn drawing. It's like... This is what it's like to I should say, learn drawing, I should say. This is what it's like to get to master drawing. I'm all right. I'm good. Oh, these headphones always make my ears sweat. So yeah, mastering drawing is like trying to draw all these different. It's like trying to juggle all those beanbags, and they all have different size and shape and mass. They all feel different, and material, I should say. And that's what it's like to master drawing. It's just you have to. So I should also talk about So, I mean, I provide the metaphor. Now I have to break it down. I have to explain this metaphor. So, when you learn something for the first time, the experience, or I should say, when you experience something for the first time, not learn, but when you experience something for the first time, the memory of it goes into your conscious memory, or your conscious. The conscious mind is very bad. It can't. It's good. I should say is very good focusing on a single task, which makes it bad at multitasking. When you or I should say, so let's just cut right to the chase here. You have to move these experiences into your subconscious in order to be able to multitask them. Move the tasks of drawing in order to be able to multitask them. It's like 12 days of Christmas, you know? Okay. It's funny that it takes like multitasking, but it doesn't, it handles this. Oh shit. It handles this, but it doesn't handle this. Kind of inconsistent behavior of the spelling. And they don't let you like right click add to dictionary. They have multitask with the dash, but they don't have, multitasking with the dash. I wish I could edit the dictionary definitions. It's kind of funny. It's like spelling Nazi getting angry at the spelling system, the spelling checker. Actually, that's entirely appropriate. All right, so yeah, this is why I like to overview this stuff, just because it's like it lets me keep on task, right? I don't like to focus in too much. All right, let's see where I'm going with this. You have to move the task. Okay, so the way to do this do a single task until it's to change it from feeling awkward into and then do this with a second task. Is actually I'm going to do this as a list. Perform a single task multiple times, repeatedly, until it changes from feeling awkward to feeling normal. Repeat this with the second task. With a second task. Okay. Repeat it. That's pretty much it, right? It's like the idea is just to make things feel normal. When things feel normal, that's like it's a useful feeling which tell you when a skill is available to be learned. You also have to be aware of the feeling of normality. Which is the signal for you to move on to another skill or to begin combining skills together to I'm going to call this a compound task. Or to ratchet up the difficulty with compound tasks. Drawing, by the way. is a humongous compound task. Is the humongous compound task that you are working toward making feel normal. Isn't that nice? I like this. Thank you, Eric. How to get good at drawing. So when you experience something for the first time, the memory of it goes into your conscious mind. The conscious mind is very good at focusing on a single task, but it's bad at multitasking. So you have to move the task of drawing into your subconscious to be able to multitask. The way to do this is perform a single task repeatedly until it changes from feeling awkward into feeling normal. Repeat this with a second task. Use the first task in conjunction with the second task, which will feel awkward repeatedly until it feels normal. This is a compound task. You have to be constantly aware of the feeling of awkwardness. It's a useful feeling which can tell you when skills are failed to be learned. You have to be aware of the feeling of normality, the absence of awkwardness, which is a signal for you to move on to another skill or to ratchet up the difficulty of compound tasks. But drawing, by the way, is the humongous compound task that you're working towards making you feel normal. Mastery of drawing, or I should say, to seek mastery of drawing is to seek normality in compound tasks of maximum, or I should say, is to seek now in being able to handle compound tasks of the greatest complexity. There. That's pretty good. That's pretty good. Ah. There we go. Okay. Takes a lot to explain like second nature to people. All right. And that actually gets me through system interlink as well. So compound tasks. All right. And I like these last three bits here. I don't know exactly where I'm going to put them in, but these are philosophy fragments, what they are. But I'm going to put them, I'm just going to deal with them just because I don't want to forget about them. And it's nice to be, you know, I'm a completionist for this kind of stuff. Is the manual for sale? Not yet. It's not even in a form that I would say is saleable. It's like, I wouldn't buy it as it is right now. Certainly it's not done. It is most definitely not done. Okay. So yeah, and in fact, this format, it's like, it's not in any format that's readable without like articy draft, which I paid money for. It's on sale now, but like I threw money at it because I like the format that it has. Okay, so yeah, it's like we're just working on like the initial stub, like the table of contents practically. We haven't even got it out of the fucking introduction, which is probably the most important part of it because you know, the learning technique, the installation part is like, it's a critical part of any piece of software. You can't, like, the software won't work on your computer till you install the damn thing, and you have to actually have like an install shield, you know, or install aware system, which can put it on there. Oh, is it the Nullsoft installation system? I don't like that. Okay, so yeah, I want to talk. Let's get a definition of art. These are just like diatribes. That's what these are. If you like the thing about malware, the definition of art. This is just they're just my personal agenda of seeking bullshit. So, like, I'm gonna be honest about these things. Like some of these are just diatribes. I mean, I want to talk about during the Renaissance era, you know, a great many were, I shouldn't just say uncovered, were uncovered. Yeah, okay. Through were uncovered and applied by painters and sculptors. And there were poets. I mean, you know, there were also poets who they didn't draw, but they wrote, you know, a lot of poetry and great plays. And I should even say timeless works of art that we revere to this day. Somewhere along the line, some assholes decided that random splatters on paint were worth millions of dollars. Brought all that crashing down. Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Lonely Robot. Appreciate it. No, this manual's for my drawing. It's a drawing manual. And brought all that crashing down. Now we're stuck with government funded. I should just say it's like some of it's government funded. Actually, a lot of, like, you know, this with meaningless, tasteless, incomprehensible, and forgettable. Forgettable stuff that passes for art. There are charlatans and snake oil salesmen who claim everything is art. And now the North American art scene has degenerated into a cesspool of What do they revere? Where the emperors the substanceless new clothes. Yep. Yep. The meaning of art has been deconstructed. You know, it's like when people take the social justice. They take the word justice, which is a good thing and a generally universal and a principle. They added the word social to it, and then they blew it up. They deconstructed the meaning of justice, and they brought it into moral relativism. You take the word like correctness, what is right, good, principle, universal. Then they added the word political, and you got political correctness. They deconstructed it, and now we have all kinds of fucking shit that is done in the name of political correctness. All kinds of censorship and all kinds of terrible things, out of political correctness. So, yeah, charlatans. Like, the meaning of art has been deconstructed. So, when the meaning of art has been deconstructed and its industry when the meaning of art is when the meaning of art is deconstructed, its industry collapses and degenerates. Let's put Humpty Dumpty back together again. Sketch. People have a wide and incorrect definition of censorship just because I don't want to see. Yeah. You don't have to agree with people. In fact, I think that I like the idea of the open marketplace of ideas. I think that if someone is going to, I think that people who say really dumb things should be free to say these things. It's good it's good that people who don't agree with me, it's good that people who say stupid things are free to say these things. One of Sun Tzu's Art of War things that he said, one of his proverbs was something like, never interrupt your enemy when he's about to do something really stupid, when he's about to make a critical error or critical mistake. Don't interrupt your enemy. So if people who have really stupid things to say, really stupid ideologies, really dumb ideas, really dumb arguments, let them say these things. Let them say these things in the open marketplace of ideas. They will look like idiots, and this is the thing, right? Is that the idea is you bring a bunch of ideas to the table. Hopefully you bring some good ideas. You might bring some bad ideas, and you let them fight, let the ideas, let the battle begin, and the good idea will generally win. This is what a democracy is about. I think is what's important for democracy. But I think that even democracy has been largely co-opted, and you got to watch out. Like all these things, like political correctness. Political correctness was the co-opting of correctness, and social justice was the co-opting of justice and virtue. It's just you can't let your words be deconstructed and redefined. This is what the left wants. The left wants to deconstruct the meaning of words, and when they do so, like they call themselves progressives, but in the end it winds up just degenerating everything, and you wind up taking like several steps back. So yeah. Hey, as Zaki TV, how you doing? I think, yeah, it's, well, I would say this. Maybe the left in leftist refers to which side of the bell curve they're on. So, yeah. Okay, so Greg Birch said, I think people should have a right to be stupid, and if they have that right, the market's going to respond by supplying as much stupidity as can be sold. Yes, very good. Very good. Greg Birch, that sounds like... yeah. So, yeah, let's put Humpty Dumpty back together again. All right. So really, this is like what has happened to art. And so, yeah, let's get this little dialogue fragment here. So, what's my universal definition of art? Or I should say, what art is. And the purpose of art. I should say the art is the product of art. Or I should even say, I like to define the identity of a thing by what it produces. So I like to define the identity of things by their products. You are what you do. You are what you do. The product of art is a solid, is a concrete artifact driven by thought, right? Like it's a collection of thought. Or I should say, it's like I can say that maple syrup, right? We say maple syrup is the distilled sap of maple trees. Right? It's, you boil off all that water, you apply heat, you boil it all off, you get maple syrup, which tastes great on waffles and pancakes. I don't know what to call it. So I should say, art, a work of art, is thought distilled and I should say it's boiled down. It's thought a work of art is thought and knowledge and ideas and which has been boiled down to the fire of labor and skill You know, it can be served, it can be consumed, it can that once consumed conveys those thoughts and that thought, knowledge, and ideas, or thought, knowledge, and ideas thought, knowledge, and ideas into the consumer. A work of art is thought, knowledge, and ideas which have been boiled down. Let's see, is thought, knowledge, and ideas which have been boiled down through the fire of labor and skill into something that once consumed conveys the thought, knowledge, and ideas into the consumer. It's a surrogate. It's a surrogate for not telekinesis, telepathy. A replacement. Let's go. Yep. A consumable medium. And I like this, right? I like this because it's very it's succinct. It's universal, meaning that this definition works for music as well. It works for music. It works for sculpture, and it's also it has a it's very easy to tell it's very binary. It's very, this is art, that's not. It's like, or I should say this, it allows you to judge and grade art. It means that if I have a bunch of thought, knowledge, and ideas, and I want to convey something to you, and I make work of art whose purpose is to do that, and you look at that thing, you read it, and suddenly what was once in my head is now in your head, and you're like, hey, yeah, and I've managed to convince you of the same things and all that. If I've managed to convey these things over, my art is successful. Okay. And if you get a completely different idea and all that, and it's like, it just, or you don't get any of it, right? None of it survives, then I fucked up. That's why I like it. It's nice, and it's a nice, simple, and succinct definition. Yeah, so you can have a political issue with people affected by it. If it's affected, 0 people won't be political. Yes. Well, don't forget also that that I know that in the U.S. they have been doing a lot to alter their demographics. The Democrats have done a lot to alter their demographics by importing people who they know will vote left. So it means that now you're not working for the public. You're not working for the public if you're importing a new public by changing the public, by importing, a whole bunch of people who will vote for you. That's that if anything is kind of like political treason, because now you're no longer loyal to your own people. You're bringing in people who aren't your people, and you're getting them to vote for you. You're now working for these other people. Yep. Modern art, you can say that modern art is still art, but it's shitty. Now you can judge it and you can say, hey, it's shitty art. People used to have their portraits painted to show other people that they were rich. I think that like the having a portrait painted is also kind of like they didn't have very good cameras back then, and cameras were still kind of a new thing. Sometimes they just wanted a record, and sometimes these portraits, very often I think these portraits would be artistic representations of people. You know, some people don't just want to have a copy of themselves on a painting. They also do it because, you know, hey, they want to look pretty fucking, you know, pimped out. If anything, it's like going on Blingy, sending your selfie on Blingy so you can put up all the like hot sunglasses and like, you know, all the cool clothing and all that stuff. You know, that's what they do. Is sometimes the rich people, they want to look really good. They hire a painter and they get them to bling it up. Yeah. Immigrants can't vote in presidential elections. Then when I look at what was it? Obama wanted to go in and he wants to look at what he wants to do. He wants to legalize all these immigrants. He wants to take a lot of the illegal immigrants and make them into citizens. And he's been wanting to, you know, make it more and more possible for immigrants to vote. And then you also look at what the DNC had done, where they were, you know, busing people. There's all those DNC leaks where they were like busing people from state to state and getting them to vote multiple times. It's pretty the open now that they either immigrant people. They have other ways of just fucking with the voting system, and yeah, pretty ugly stuff. What was it, the Project Veritas? Have you like seen some of these Project Veritas things, like the DNC? It's pretty bald faced. It's not even a yeah. And here, mass voter fraud. So you got to check this out. It's pretty amazing stuff. And they're talking to officials. It's all hidden camera stuff, and they have their plans, and they talk about how they rig it. Like, there's a whole series, and it's all hidden camera stuff. It's great. I mean, it's pretty simple. Like, I bring something like this up, and you just... The thing is that in the end, the goal of the Democrats is to make it so that all of these illegals that they bring in, they know they're going to vote left, and they want to get them. The ultimate goal is to get them to be able to vote. Yeah. Anyway, I don't want this to get too much into it because I'm trying to stay on target. But yeah. It's now like I say, it's pretty much out in the open. And if you're wondering why did Trump win, or I should say, why did the left lose? Well, it's because now everyone's starting to wake up to what the Democrats want and what they've been doing all this time. They don't want a corrupt government anymore, and they're just sick of the fact that the Democrats no longer have any. They haven't been trying to win in the marketplace of ideas. They are now slanting the votes as much as they can, and they're doing all the best they can to just, you know, silence people. Yeah. Oh, right. Actually, we don't even have to just say the US. We just got to look at, like, Sweden. Look at what has happened to Sweden. Sweden went and they imported a whole bunch of people. And you look at, like, California. California will never vote. Like, they have enough immigrants there that they will never vote right ever again. Like, California's lost forever. And I don't know why. I like connects. It's kind of funny when I think about how the leftists wanted. They wanted Donald Trump to disavow David Duke, and you know they were really on him for this kind of behavior. And hey, look, I think it's time for a turnaround. I have to start going up to leftists and saying, hey, look at what the DNC is doing. Look at what Hillary Clinton is doing. All of this like terrible, corrupt stuff. You have to disavow. You have to disavow all the stuff that's going on in the DNC. You have to go and I think like, it's like I say, it's nonstop. I think also you look at the news media, like the news media had a completely wrong idea of things. They're doing this whole false news narrative, and they want to say what news is real and what's not, and they have their own narrative. They have their own narrative that they've been pushing this whole time, and again, like no one's falling for it anymore. Their credibility is dropping like crazy. Anyway, so we're good with that. Let's talk about skipping steps. So yeah, a lot of people have impatience. They want to yeah, it's like No, I should just say that it just means that people don't know. Like it just means you'll jump to an advanced task without the prerequisites just because you don't know better. It's fine, because you don't know how important the other stuff is. This usually happens. But anyway, I don't want to talk about too much about why it happens, because I've got a point that I have to jump to, and we can talk about the other thing later. But people want to take shortcuts. These are so-called shortcuts. Taking a really just mires you, just you just build up a lot of training scars. Thanks, BD Block. I should say everything you learn. It's not just like everything you learn in MDS is applicable. Not just applicable. To intended to be. Sometimes it's not. This is my cover my. This is where I'm just covering my ass here. Okay, so it's intended to be universally applicable. One thing you learn. So when you master one system in MDS, will accelerate your mastery of other systems. Everything in MDS is a shortcut. So if you want to get there fast, you know, learn everything you can. Yep. I know. But part of me wants to just work, and I don't like to go too far. Okay, good. So I think that pretty much got through everything. Plus, I got through all of my little diatribes. These are things that I'm going to have to kind of plug in into the structure at some point. But at least I wrote them out. And that itself takes time and energy. So. Oh, man. We're actually done with the installation mindset stuff. Jesus. So that one's pretty done. All right, so physical tool subsystems. So I guess at some point, some of these are going to start turning into hubs. So. Okay, so physical tool subsystem. Well, in the end, all like it's kind of funny. It's like we're just gonna jump right into it. It's like I talk about all this installation stuff, we just jump into it. So I'm just trying to think. Oh, well, I keep hitting these. Sorry, my keyboard's not in the best place, and I keep hitting like different keys accidentally. Fuck it. let's just edit this thing. How do I? Can I edit it? Ah, okay. I can just double. That's nice how I can kind of just double click on that. Like okay, so I'm gonna put in right, drawing tools. So you're gonna want a friction. So yeah, a pilot friction gel roller. What else do I recommend? There. 3 tools. Those 3 tools will probably see you through, and maybe a Parker pen. Circular heads is not bad. Well, look, Connects, just it's not he doesn't really say a whole lot. Like, just watch the video and watch. The thing is this, it's hidden cameras, so you get to see DNC people actually going out and saying these things. They're incriminating themselves, so just watch it. It's not about what he says is not what's compelling to me. It's what the people on camera are saying that's very compelling. Mm-hmm. Alright, so you watch the series. So, I mean, should I talk about? I guess I should probably recommend individual drawing tools and that kind of thing. So, whoops. Oh, that's a dialogue fragment. Huh. Oh, I see how this works. Okay, I got this. Yep. So let's talk about the pilot. So creates. This will be the workhorse of erasable. Good line quality. may take a little bit of time to dry. But most importantly, this ink is erasable. It vanishes at 60 degrees Celsius. And there are no eraser crumbs to clean up. And don't leave or any erased will return. Okay, what else can I talk about? Then there's the Parker pen. Will friction pens leave ink blots like ballpoint pens? Here, I'll show you what friction pen looks like. They're pretty good. It's a gel roller, and there's not a whole lot of blotting. It's really, it's very smooth. It's very smooth and very consistent ink. So yeah, I really do like. I like it very much. It's very clean. It's crisp, very crisp. But you do have to watch out for smudging, which is smudging early. Like if you draw a line, the ink is a little wet for a little time. Like if you draw like a big blob of that ink, then it will. It is prone to smudging, but I mean, it makes for some extremely nice line work. Like. So yeah, it's like I really like the Parker pen. It's not the Parker pen, the friction. Yeah, pretty good. Doesn't leave blobs of ink. Doesn't make like it doesn't leave wads of ink. It comes up pretty smooth, and I just like how consistent it is. And if it smudges, who cares? Just, you can erase it. Oh, right. And then there's the system. So the next thing I'm going to talk about would be the Max Wax waxworking pen. So yeah, this is the Max Wax waxworking pen. I'll show you how that thing works. Yeah, let's just use this page here. I'll move this camera closer as well. Bend it down over the... Alright. Okay. So... there you are. It's pretty consistent. And then just use any old pen. In this case, this is a fountain pen. I'm going to leave a few permanent lines in there. This is the Max Wax pen. Takes a AA. This is a precision eraser. So I'm just heating up the element right now. Doesn't take any pressure. You just have to touch it to the ink. So this is what it is, just a heating element. And you just have to touch the ink. You don't have to scrub. In fact, don't, or you'll damage the element. Like that. You just touch it to a line and it just disappears. So that's what this thing is really good. Hey, Takas. And then finally, this is the Zico lighter. I use that to erase ink. So I just use it in little pulses, like a blowtorch. You just click it on and off and lets you do rapid erasing. And this way you don't have to damage your paper and you don't have to risk any kind of smudging. It just obliterates ink. An excellent ink obliterator. This is the Parker pen that I was mentioning earlier as well. This thing is like less than $20. And the nice thing, the reason why I like to mention a Parker pen is just, it's easy to find them. And it's just a simple ballpoint. And it's got a nice, good cartridge. Good brand. It's probably the only, one of the few non-pilot items that I own. But yeah, I like pilot pens. But yeah, it's like a Parker pen. Excellent. And the thing is that if you lose it, it's not a big deal. It's easy to get a replacement. They're cheap. So that's the thing, right? Is like when I recommend tools, I like cheap. I like cheap. I want people to be able to buy these things quickly and easily and be able to replace them. Yeah. Yeah. So the Parker pen is just for making your non-erasable lines. So the idea is that you do your rough drawing with the friction pen, and then you work on top of it with the Parker pen, and then blow away your drawing. Or blow away the friction pen. Friction pen, gone. So the Parker pen, roughly $20, maybe less. 10 to $20, I guess. Z Collider. This thing's probably around, like, I forget how much I bought mine for. It was pretty cheap, like 20. The blowtorch. Cigar lighter. I'll probably talk more about, like, you know, all of these, but those are the tools. I'll go into the techniques and, you know, show how it's used. Actually, I'll just leave this like that for now. Okay. Those are the drawing tools. Good. Oh, right. And then papers. Anything, well, let's see how thick this paper is. Strathmore, Canson, you know, they're all pretty good. This one's 75-pound paper. This one's 98. Yeah, 75. Anything greater than 75. Get something with smooth paper. There. I only draw on one side so I don't accidentally erase drawings on the other side. Here we are. Yeah, just don't fall for like the extremely expensive, you know, Moleskines and. It won't make you better, and you're you know, and you're going to be plowing through these. There we go. I say I'm a spelling Nazi, and yet I use slang in my writing. And we're done. It's kind of funny. It's like once I'm done all the like preamble talking stuff, like this shit's easy. So, right, plotter subsystem. Well, I guess here's point to point. So yeah, targeting techniques, and movement. So actually, there's EPGM, so environment. Environment, posture. Grip. Movement. Like when I'm gonna go back into the physical tool stuff, like this thing here. I'm gonna go back into this thing and I'm gonna be doing like, you know, full breakdowns and you know, a lot more of a review on these things, just so, you know, people know what they're buying and explain the techniques and that kind of thing. So, okay, so environment. Yep. Yeah, paper differences matter for me, the reason I like the thick paper is that if I use thicker paper on my sketchbook, it means that if I use like the torch lighter, it won't erase underneath. Like it gives me a little bit more thermal resistance. And then I don't like to double side. Like I don't like to draw on one side, flip it over, and draw on the other side. Again, because if I erase one side, I don't want the heat to bleed through and you know, affect the other side. Well, I mean, we can test it out. Like, nothing wrong. Like, sure, I haven't actually tested it out, so fuck, I should. Okay, so. Oh yeah. Okay. Just making sure I got the right page. All right, so I have those lines there. So I'm just gonna hit it with the Zico from behind. Oh yeah. Boop. Gone. Yeah. So on the other hand, okay, so if they're on the same page, they will definitely vanish. But if I make some lines over there in the corner. Okay, wait. Hang on. Before I do that test, I need to put some lines here. So I need to apply enough heat to erase the lines on one layer and not have it penetrate and do the other layer. Okay, so it's good. It's safe. Like, I mean, sorry. I know you can't see, but yeah, it's safe. So I can put lines on one side and the heat will not penetrate through and get the other if I'm fast enough. So good things to know. You just got to be really quick about it. I mean, I don't recommend expensive papers for the sake of being expensive, but I say, you know, don't write on shitty paper, right? Otherwise that will build up training scars in its own way. I just say, get some good paper for a good price, and so you can get lots of it, because your main goal is to be doing a lot of drawing. I don't mean use cheap copy paper though, because that has its own kind of weird feeling, and like it's like if you're gonna get into comic books and you're gonna practice on those comic boards, and you don't want to draw on the bristle boards, well, okay, that's different, right? You do want to eventually get to that point where you're practicing on the bristle board, on those things. Just get used to it. Yeah. What's this? This thing on Kickstarter? Hang on, let me just quickly check it out. Everlast Notebook. Oh. I'm just... Okay. Oh, I see.
For thousands of years, humans have been filling their notebooks and buying more.
Okay.
Hey, what's this? The notebook Hemingway wrote on?
Oh, it's digital?
Where from Rocketbook can we make notebooks from?
Add a drop of water in your notebook erases. What?
At Rocketbook, we are already famous for inventing the Wave Notebook, the smart notebook that can be erased in the microwave. We shipped 100,000 waves to satisfy...
A microwavable notebook? Do you microwave it to clear it?
But we're maniacs obsessed with blending old-fashioned notebooks with future and awesome. So we've spent a year in the Rocket Lab designing a new notebook that feels like pen and paper, but is endlessly reusable and completely integrated with your digital lifestyle. Introducing the Everlast Notebook from Rocketbook. The Everlast brings cloud scalability to pen and paper. Simply write, scan, and erase. Imagine.
Oh, I see. You scan it with your. Okay, I got it. So you scan it with your phone. Oh, they're using pilot frictions.
Writing on the Everlast feels perfectly natural and smooth. And as the ink dries, it forms a complete bond to the polyester page, so it won't rub off. But what makes this formulation so unique is that each page can be wiped completely clean with a voice power, so it can be used over and over and over.
Okay.
The Everlast Notebook is also compatible with the Rocketbook app. So before you wipe
I see.
off the page, you can blast them online to your favorite.
And it's got a QR code in the corner.
In a fraction of a second, Rocketbook machine vision scans, enhances, and sends each page to the specific destination they belong on the
Okay, that's a neat idea.
already use. Each Everlast Notebook page has 7 symbols. Set up the Rocketbook app to assign each symbol to a location within Dropbox,
$34.
Evernote, or many other services.
Yeah, I got one of those.
Diamond to send meeting notes directly to your shared team folder in Dropbox.
And the dots, I think, are to help it track.
Their star symbol to
Yeah.
send notes right to a map
Yeah, the dots are there to prevent distortion, I think.
list. Break out that diagram or color in that drawing. Then tomorrow, start your day with a brand.
Okay. You know what? I actually like having my sketchbooks permanent. I fill them up and I keep them. I don't throw them away. Yeah. Okay. That's neat. Yep. I mean, the thing is this, is that I make drawings. Generally when I draw, I intend to keep the drawing. So, I mean, I like having an actual fountain pen drawing. You know, for me, it's an artifact, right? And I don't want to have the digital. I actually like having the physical. Just to say the product's not for me, that's all. It's a very cool idea, and look, if it gets more people to draw, so much the better. But I'm of the mind where I like to, you know, I don't want to have like an erasable something that's that easily erasable, but it's not for me. Yeah. I do like their scanning system though. I have to admit that is pretty cool. Okay, so yeah, lighting. Lighting. Furniture setup. Ergonomics. Lighting ergonomics. Oh, right. Not having a pile of shit flying on or all around you. Like basically it's, I don't know what to call it. It's like life. Lighting ergonomics in life. Yeah. Lel. So yeah, let's get into lighting. Ergonomics. Life. Lighting. You know, eliminate shadows on the page. Get flat as, that is as flat as possible. So I mean, right now I have this wonderful, this guy here. This is a bar lamp. It's a fluorescent bar lamp. This thing is really nice because it gives extremely soft shadows. Nice soft shadows, and it just prevents any hard shadows from forming on the page. And it lights it even lights up the paper in such a way that if your paper has like texture, like a lot of crags on it, it lights those crags from different angles so they don't show up shadows, and it makes the texture on the page go away. This is good because, you know, you just don't want to, you don't want to be able to see that texture. So you want lighting that is as flat and soft as possible. And I'll be having to show pictures as to what's good lighting and what's shitty lighting. Eliminate shadows on the page. You know, you don't want it. You basically unaware of the page as possible. Lel. Yes. You also need to be able to see what you are doing. So yeah, pictures for that one as well. Ergonomics, yes. So, want to do this for a living, or for a long time, or do a lot of it. Ergonomics is extremely important. Poor ergonomics results in injury, may result in premature fatigue, injury, coma, and death. Seizures, cancer. Parasitic infestation. Delusions. Hallucinations. What else do we have? Vehicular accident. Nausea. There, okay. Art induces fatigue of art. Spinal curvature, coma and death. So I should say the chair is connected to the butt. The butt is connected to the back. The back is connected, or actually to the torso. Oh, your butt's not really connected to your torso. I mean, I should say it's to the... It's your lower body is really what it is. Your lower body is connected to... Your upper body is connected to your shoulder. Your shoulder is connected to your arm. Your arm moves your wrist. Your wrist moves your hand. If your chair is poorly placed, then everything connected to it becomes poorly placed, and your lines won't go where you want them to. It's pretty fucking simple. Don't slouch. There, and the result is poor ergonomics, coma, and death. I always had to come back to that. You know, I am gonna need some pictures for that. Like, I'm totally gonna need, like, just some diagrams of some guy who's like, you know, sitting poorly, and he's experiencing, you know, seizures, coma, and death. That's right. I have to do this. Life. There we go. Pretty simple. So, lighting, ergonomics, life. You have to eliminate the distractions. You gotta, like, get your life in order. Because this shit, there's so much to deal with. Or, you know. Or, you know, try and learn to draw with all these monkeys on your back. There we go. Perfect. Okay. There we go. Grip. Yes. How to hold the pen. So how to hold the pen. Again, this is what, like, a lot of these are things that I think just, they're going to need images. So, I'm pretty sure this thing lets me do such a thing. What is this thing? Oh. How do I get pictures into this thing? Because I'm sure there's a way. I'm gonna just, I'm gonna try something. Yes, let's use this. Oh, I can't just drag it in. How about... No? Really? Oh. Aha. Okay. Yay! Okay, so that does work. So if I go into here... Alright, so if I just, like, take that silly image of myself... Can I... No? No, no. It... Oh, but I can... That's a link. Okay, I need... You know what? Let's look at the tutorial. Okay, here we go. These are dialogues. See, how does he get that? Oh, that's in a flow fragment. Oh, okay. Okay, so dialogue fragments can't have it. Okay. If I go up and I look at grip, then I should be able to... Ah! Damn it, hang on. Where's grip? Here. Okay. I should be able to take that and throw that into that. Okay, good. So I can have pictures on here. It's just, can I make that any larger? Yes, I can. Okay, good. All right, good. I see how I can do this then. Now I wonder if I can, will it let me import like that? Oh, nope. Okay, so I have to go through the whole import process then. That's fine. Okay. Good to know. I gotta pee like crazy. Like a fire hose, man. Okay, I'm gonna head off for a bit. I'm just gonna run off and then I'll come right back. I'll be right back.
Do you care if I care? Do you know what I know? Do we know what we share? Do you know what
Okay, so I actually just had a thought. And that was that the whole drawing subsystem thing. I mean, the important thing is that you don't, let's talk about it for a second. Because there's a bunch of things that I do. If I work digitally on a tablet that's this large, then usually I draw with my arm like this. But that's only if I'm sketching. If I sketch, I use my whole arm. And the reason I do this is that it allows me to perform large movements. I can perform large movements and longer lines and that kind of thing. Plus, it keeps my hand moving. It doesn't form a blind spot. If I sit like this hand is no longer moving. Now it forms a blind spot. So I got several reasons why I draw from the arm. If I draw really small lines, even then I still use, like, generally it's arm. So I don't know. You know what? Maybe I should just, I should, like, it seems kind of very dictatorial, right? But I have a lot of reasons for it. So, and grip is just how you hold the pen. And, like, don't do it like that. Just hold the pen normally, right? Like, people gotta learn to just hold the pen normally and don't draw like this. And don't draw like this. There's several reasons for it. Number one, the lines, this is not good for drawing straight lines. They go all over the place. They go really, really wobbly. The other reason why is this uses a lot of actuation, meaning that it makes your hand, it uses a lot of finger actuation, and all of the tendons that operate your fingers go through this thing called the carpal tunnel. And every time you do that, you put a lot of wear and tear on that carpal tunnel to the point where you eventually wind up you injure yourself. You have to like take days or weeks off of drawing, and then coma and death and leprosy. So yeah, the thing is that I say draw from the shoulder and the elbow because these things are meant to take the wear and tear, and they don't destroy your fine motor control. They don't destroy your tendons. So I'm just thinking, like right here, we're getting right into technique, and I feel like I need to take photographs, if not animations. Like, and now I don't know exactly what format I'm going to use or how I'm going to photograph these things. Like, I'll probably wind up having to photograph them with the camera and all that. So, yeah, it's like at this point now we actually have to take pictures and put the shit together. And I can't stream that exactly because OBS has seized control of the camera, and I can't use the camera to capture pictures if the software of OBS is busy talking to it. So it's like I can't stream that part. Kind of annoying. Okay, what else can I do while I'm on stream? I'm just trying to think, like the grip, posture, the movement. All this stuff here needs to be like captured like offline. Okay, maybe this part here I can go into. Yeah, so I say perfection is an end goal, not a starting point. Beware the diminishing returns. Beware turd polishing and quantity experience over quality and naivety. Right. Oh, and there's one other thing that I should explain, which I should talk about, which is kind of like when you're getting into this, I should explain. There's your physical tool subsystem, there's your plotter subsystem. One little piece of diatribe here. You're only good the things. So let's see, you're only good at the things you've trained at. And you suck at everything else. This is just like newsflash. Breaking news. You're only good at the things you're trained at. You suck at everything else. You only know the things you've learned. And you are ignorant to everything else. Two very, very important things, because people always think that they're good at a thing. This is, everything else. What's the opposite of this is the Dunning-Kruger effect. The Dunning-Kruger effect. Yes, could look this up. Yeah, I don't know why you're not showing up in the stream chat. It's like only certain people. This is really weird. So yeah, the Dunning-Kruger effect, which is cognitive bias in which low ability individuals suffer from illusory superiority, mistakenly assessing their ability is much higher than it really is. So yeah, it's people who have no ability or skills, who are not good at anything, who think they're really good at it, experts. I just blame it on seeing too many movies and television shows which introduce characters that are magically amazing at everything, and they don't actually have practice or anything. I think a really good example of this would be like movies like Disney movies like Frozen, where, you know, Elsa is just magically capable of, you know, manifesting, you know, large amounts of ice. She's just born with it. And then you look at, you know, the new Star Wars, where, like, you know, Luke Skywalker had to fucking train for years before he was able to, you know, wield that lightsaber and do all that, like, you know, before he could even lift objects. And then you've got motherfucking, you know, this lady coming along, you know, and she, like, fights Kylo Ren, who's been training all his life, and, you know, like, she beats him in combat. That's bullshit. So yeah. Yeah, so I mean, like, I blame films like these for, you know, the Dunning or Kruger effect, because they give people the mistaken idea that you can be good at something with, you know, no skill. You just be born with it. Yeah. Bought a new 1 terabyte drive to upgrade. Gig. They're getting full. Oh, okay. All right. Yeah, I don't know why the chat thing is just not showing up. It's so weird. So, yeah. Okay, so anyway, yeah, there was that. This, you know, I'm just gonna call this the Dunning-Kruger effect. So, this is a thing that I want to talk about. I'll title the dialogue with that. There. Yeah, you only know the things you've learned, and you're ignorant to everything else. That's a very important. It's like, you know, going into this stuff, I'm gonna throw these little things out just for people to, just for, it's like, if they're wondering, like, hey, why am I teaching you something as dumb as just, like, you know, how to grip the pen? You'd be surprised. Yeah. Yeah, it is weird. Okay, so yeah, to talent. Oh god. As if, like, he was a skilled fighter with a staff, but a staff is not a sword. And to think that she could, like, do the whole Jedi mind trick thing, you know, so early on, just by, you know, just by grimacing really hard. Like, her level of skill goes up a little too fucking fast in one episode. Like, it's literally in a matter of hours. She manifests it, like, you know, in like a week. It's just, it's absurd. You know, when she, like, starts piloting the Millennium Falcon, and she's, like, able to, like, able to fly like an ace pilot better than Han Solo. It's fucking bullshit. Yeah. Yeah. Okay, so, you know, calibration. This is where you start to feel, you know, this is, well, here, let me just, I think if I double click this thing, here we are. All right, so what's calibration about? Okay. Whoops. There's that feeling of awkwardness. Right? So there's that feeling of awkwardness versus normality. Familiarity is what it is. So I want to talk about that. So there's how it feels. And then we also have your actual results. Right? So, I mean, you might feel really, really good at turning out shitty results. And then finally, there's one more thing, which is diminishing returns. And then the other thing is integration. Integration is when you start using compound skills. So once you start to experience the diminishing returns, you got to get your ass into the compound tasks. In fact, I think actual results is the first thing you're going to see. Yeah. So this is explaining how the exercise is going to feel when you do it. I don't just ask people to do things. I'm going to tell them how they, how they're probably going to feel when they do it. And where's the thing that I had about targeting? 2D targeting. Oh, so it immediately goes into output. Okay. Yeah, diminishing returns is when you just do an exercise to the point where things start to feel really familiar and the results don't get better. So, yeah. Yep. And I did, you know what? The other thing was I want to talk about the awkwardness. That's something I already cover. I don't want to cover things like, multiple times if I can help it. I'm going to take this little fragment out. I'm going to move it over to the output subsystem. Like to the plotter subsystem. I'm moving it into the next chapter because the thing is that once we start getting into an exercise, I want people to start to, be aware of this whole thing. So it's like on your first exercise where you're just learning to calibrate. I think that's probably a good. I like that term, calibration. It's like if you have a gun and the sights are not, calibrated, they're offset. There's like you're shooting and all your shots are going, up and to the right. That's a bad calibration. And then adjustable precision. This is one where I say, when you start out, your drawing, you have nothing. When you start a drawing, you have nothing. Drawings are about relationships between things that you draw. So your first line, or I should say, so it's your job, or I should say, one of the tasks you perform while drawing is to establish relationships between things, lines, forms, positions in space, relationships between, it's just relationships between characters. Everything is in a drawing is about relationships. But the first things have little to no relationship. Because there's nothing there. So, precision in a drawing is less important at the start and only grows as the number of established relationships within the drawing increases. So the thing is this, when you start out, you know, we got to give people like some plain language here, because it's like when I start out, you know, I draw very loosely. It doesn't mean sloppy. I just don't really focus too much on getting the line to go exactly where it is. But I do it because I just need the line down so I can see a relationship between, you know, an opposing line. Trying to establish a relationship. So, how to explain all these things? What do I mean by drawing manual? It's like it's an instructional manual to teach people how to draw books. Like, look, if you've ever seen, you know, software manuals, they tell you how to operate the software. So drawing is, in a way, kind of a software. It's a system, and you have to learn how to operate it. So, yeah, it needs a manual. Mm-hmm. I mean, a lot of these things are just easier to show with pictures. And now, like, it's like I like how this thing is fitting in a conceptual manner. I like the format of this thing, but I'm trying to think about how I'm going to properly integrate pictures into it. Because I do like the way Tumblr posts, you know, how easy it is for me to integrate things in Tumblr posts. Can I make like a document? Because at some point it is going to have to be like a little document or a blog post or something like that. And I don't want everything, like, it's splitting things up a little too much into nodes, and sometimes I think I want kind of like a PDF or a document that I can bring in here. So you see what I mean? Like, it's rapidly, like, things start to rapidly fall out of control. And man, like, thinking of this stuff is really taxing on my brain. Like, it's how long have we been streaming for? Wait. When did I fire up this? Let's see. Where's our timer on this thing? Been streaming for 4 hours. But I'm feeling like really, I'm really feeling the effects as my brain has been like just, you know, pounded, and I'm starting to feel it. So I think I might call it soon, because I've made some really good progress, but it's like starting to feel mentally tired. Yeah. It's like I don't want to do it with just words. I would like to do with actual pictures. And it's like there's so many things which I can so easily explain on a stream. But then, you know, comes time to actually draw it, like when it comes time to codify it in a manual, like it gets harder. Because it's a matter of trying to find the right format for it. Like, hold on a second, let me just get these pedals under my feet. Okay. So I mean, like the first lines, like if I'm going to draw a face, I don't have anything. It's white. So if I draw like, you know, one line, I don't, is that line in the right place or the wrong place? Who knows? That line is sitting in the middle of nowhere. On the other hand, I do something like this. Now I've created the beginning of a frame. I've got something to register the line against. Right? I've got a point in space. Oftentimes I won't actually draw all 4 pieces of the frame. Sometimes I just need the top left corner. That's all I care about. And just to actually see it as opposed to using the top left corner of the monitor. It's important that I see something. Even if it's that top left corner, it's like I need that little visual registration. Then I can start thinking, okay, well, you know, maybe I will finish off. Okay, so we have a little bit of a framework here. And if I'm drawing, say, an environment, I can start drawing like similar frames. Oh, hey, look at that. Like I can draw, you know, multiple frames like this. And the neat thing about it is it starts to look like a perspective. Right? It's the relationship of all of these different pieces. And the thing is that, like I said, it's like I'm not really trying to be super precise. But now I can start committing, right? Because now I know exactly where things are, and I can start figuring out, okay, now I'm actually going to make an effort to integrate some sort of precision. Not that much, but I don't even have to draw the whole line. Like, oh, whoops. I mean, this is what I would call an acceptable margin of error. Oh, they got live closed captioning. Yes. I turned on the closed captioning thing. I don't know if it's working, though. Like, on OBS, apparently, they had, like, some kind of closed captioning option. It's supposed to use Microsoft's text-to-speech to handle it. Right? Like, if I draw people's, you know, person's head, for instance, I can be pretty vague about it. There's not a lot of precision in my lines. And so these lines are just placed there so that I have some kind of registration, you know, to grasp against. Now I can start working out the relationships, you know, what's the distance between here and here, right? Like those are things that I start looking at. I can start to form some kind of spatial perception. And even then, I'm constantly like adding little lines to kind of correct and clarify, right? So the thing is, like, you draw really, really loosely so that, you know, you're not entirely sure of where these lines go. And a lot of times I kind of break things up. But I draw them just so that I have, like, before I have nothing. Now, as I draw, I gradually build up this structure. And now I can kind of see, you know, I think that's around there, that's around there. Like, I have this spatial feeling. Not a special feeling, but a spatial feeling as to where everything is. And I try to figure, I guess the midline's kind of around here. And if I want to work out, let's say, the corner of the mouth, then it just feels like it's right about here. That one feels like it's right about there. if you're doing it right, then the idea is to draw so that your mind starts to suggest to you where things should go. And only when after your mind starts to suggest where things go, that's where you put them. I'm just putting things where my mind is suggesting me to. And the thing is that mental suggestion only occurs after I've studied and drawn lots and lots and lots of heads from reference and whatnot, and then gradually built up a style of drawing heads like these. The thing is that now I'm relying on a mental regurgitation to be able to draw this head. It doesn't just come out of nowhere. It's the thing is I've really trained that mental regurgitation. I mean, it's to the point now where I can, if I just draw the first line like this head, as I create more and more lines, I start to. And the thing is, like, I can just tell, like, it's missing a little back here, so it's like I just feel like I need to expand that outwards. Looking upwards. Looking downwards. Yeah, it's like I'm heavily optimized, and the thing is, I've got like lookup tables almost of. This is why it's important to do like head studies where you draw different angles and you do it just so that you can mentally regurgitate this stuff rapidly. And that takes a lot of time.
Here I am again, floating through the silence in my
Nice connects.
skin. My body is wearing thin. My fears tell me I'll never win.
But the thing is that there's no way I'd be able to do this if I didn't deeply study it and do lots and lots of it until it's like now it's just very familiar to me. I'm just working off of something that's very, very familiar now.
The whole world I fear, and I seem to drown.
And the thing about drawing is that there's some degree of error correction, right? I make a lot of these lines are erroneous, right? It's just I'm able to get over that acceptable margin of error. I think that's an important thing. An important part about drawing is you have to be willing to deal with an acceptable margin of error. That you're not going to be perfect. It's never going to be perfect because to some degree, like the thing is that to achieve perfection, it's an excellent thing to strive for, but it's not a destination. Right? It's that don't just try to be right there, but I mean strive for it. Always try to get better and better, but understand that the effort that you put in is going to make you closer to being perfect, but then there's diminishing returns. And so you're going to have to work out that nice little balance between the amount of effort it takes versus the amount of work that you actually produce. Because if you're putting in too much effort and you're striving to achieve like such a degree of perfection that it takes so much effort that you're just not making much work at all, then it's detrimental to your ability as an artist. Part of it is not just quality, but also quantity. Yeah. In fact, I would say that when I'm doing this kind of head exercise stuff, this is like, it's kind of funny. It's like if like I used to skateboard, and the thing is that when you skateboard, at some point your mind has to kind of take a bit of a backseat, and you don't, you stop thinking about, oh, I have to do this and I have to do that and I have to do this and I have to do that. Like that has to eventually fall away. And then it's going to feel kind of shaky where you're like, oh, I'm staying on the board. I'm actually staying on the board. Right. Like, and eventually that's all it is that you start to just rely more and more on feelings. And then, you gradually become more and more comfortable and familiar with that feeling until eventually it's just like, I get on the board now and I can just, roll away on that thing and stay on the fucking thing. And I can hit a bump and still be okay. Right. So, that's, I longboard. And so that's how it is right now with the drawings. At some point, right, my goal is to get people to really, really learn things. Yes, everything has to be top loaded. They have to be made aware of it. But then they have to integrate and practice and integrate to the point where it all moves into the subconscious, to the point where they're not thinking about it, to the point where they're like, oh, I'm on the board. Like, that's what I need them to do. I need to get people to a point, even to surpass that point where they start thinking about, hey, what kind of person do I want to draw? Do I want to draw, like a really, I don't know, like a really gruff, angry guy and start really, really thinking about the feeling that they want to convey in their drawing. And now they can start thinking about, really start thinking more about the attitudes that they want to bring across. Actually, I want to move that over. So, boop, boop. Yeah, and now like my own face starts to like mirror, the things that I see. Right? Or do you want to start drawing, really like, I don't know, wide-eyed, cute face? Like, really, I'm just trying to draw, what I feel in my face. And they're just these, like, kind of vague, like, muscle feelings. So, I mean, that's what I'm trying to capture. And am I thinking of techniques and stuff? No. You want to have technique, gradually... You want to have it fade away. Like, you don't want to be thinking about technique in the forefront of your mind, because you won't be thinking of the feeling. You won't be... Right, like this to me is what I really want. Is I want people to be able to capture feeling, and to capture feeling without this is probably one part of the manual I'm not gonna be able to draw. Like, I'm not gonna be able to tell people. I'm not gonna tell you how to capture feeling. I can't. I can't. All I can do is just get you to the point where, or help people get to the point where they're not thinking about drawing. They're good at drawing without thinking about it. They have to be at the point where they're unconsciously competent at drawing, and they're not thinking about the drawing. They're just thinking about the feeling that they're trying to capture, and that's it. And even like the really abstract, like I really love like very abstract faces as well, like like where it's really simplistic. Right? Because eventually, you know, it would be really nice if we can just stop having to think about, is this anatomically correct? Is this, you know, how well drawn is this? How, like, it's very liberating to not be worrying about, you know, how well drawn is this? Or am I, you know, I think this is why it's also important to become a realist at some point, like to be practice to the point where you're really, really good at realism. Get that hyper realism, get that point where it looks like photorealistic, because you're going to realize at some point, hey, okay, I can do it, but I don't really feel anything from it, right? Like that's the thing is I've done hyper realistic stuff. I don't really feel anything from it. And I feel like if anything, I feel less from it. And now I just feel very liberated in that. It's like, I don't have to draw super realistic. I would rather draw, you know, stuff like this, which is much more, you know, it gets more feeling, it gets more emotion, and which is to me the whole purpose of art, right? The whole purpose of art was to get to the point where you're able to convey the thoughts and feelings. And if you're all trapped up in the making things look super realistic, you're not going to get the thoughts and feelings across. Which is also why I want to do animation, because animation I think is very good at capturing thoughts and feelings and emotions and action, and it's good for storytelling. It always leaves me as like a little dry mummy husk whenever I'm done because it's so draining. But you know, I think it's really good for that kind of thing. I think it's one of the better, one of the more powerful drawing mediums. Yeah. Communicate our feelings through our drawing. Yeah. You know, it would even be nice to get if some people could learn to draw like this, draw this really simple stuff. You know, like it doesn't always have to be like Marvel Comics, super realistic. Yeah. I mean, like the correct anatomy stuff, it's like, it's good to know it, to have a basis. You need the basis, and it makes it so that when you draw things a little more vaguely, or abstract, like what I'm doing, like this, it allows you to still make things look reasonably good. I think that's important. That, like, when I say make things look reasonably good, like we look at the blushing cheeks, you know, and I do this kind of stuff. Okay, I'm drawing like a cheek shelf, right? There's still a lot of 3D stuff that's going on. So here, I'll draw an abstract face, and then I'll show you. It's gonna look terrible, but you know, I'll show you. Okay, so here's a really, you know, abstract face, but I'm gonna just copy this off, and I'll blue it up. Actually, no, I'll keep it black, but I'll draw over a blue line. Okay, so, you know, things like this eye, like, you know, that eyebrow. If we needed to send this off to some 3D artists, you know, then this is what I would give them. Is I would give them this wireframe information. But of course, as I make it more quote unquote realistic, you know, the less good it looks. Yeah, and inside here, like, it's concave. Like, I draw a concavity. That surface, you have to eliminate that surface. But all this stuff, right? Like, yeah, it makes it more solid and whatnot. But it doesn't make the drawing look better. It doesn't give it more feeling. If anything, it starts to make it look like a carved wooden mask, and it starts to feel really like strange. But I mean, that knowledge is there, right? That you know, it is three-dimensional, a three-dimensional object, but it's too much information, and now we start falling into the uncanny valley. This is what happens. You start to fall into the uncanny valley. It starts to feel like a weird Chucky doll face. Right, you see how weird that feels? It's better to not have all those lines. But the thing is that you need the fundamentals of drawing to be able to know where to put the eyes on the face to still make it appear three-dimensional. I use TV Paint. Right, so you don't want to descend too far into realism, because in the end you just wind up making all these Chucky doll faces. Not good. How long did it take for me to get the proportion for figure drawing? I don't know. I would say that maybe a better question would be, what did it take before I actually got the hang of proportion figure drawing? And for me, what it took was when I slowed down and started to learn to draw boxes and draw figures as if I was using like box construction. So that means that I would do stuff like this. I would break the figure down into boxes. So I would use box construction, and as you can see, I can start to work out, you know, right, all this stuff starts to break down very nicely. You start to work out things like cylinders. So this is just a, you know, very, very simple, not to say easy, this is a very simple and fundamental, very important part of being able to draw is, you know, getting to that point where you can start constructing objects out of geometric forms. And of course, you know, rarely do we draw all of these lines. But this is an important step, right? Is that you get, it's like if you're doing mathematics, you first learn to do long division, or I should say you start to learn to do just, you know, simple addition or multiplication, but then you start to learn to do this stuff, you know, in your head. You start to learn to do this stuff in your head rather than having to write it down on the page. But yeah, that's generally what it takes. And the thing is that, like, you know how I did the faces, like all these faces here, okay? One of the most important abilities I have is this. It's 3D modeling. What I can do is I can wireframe rapidly. I do this to a sphere, right? I get that. I do it to a donut, I get that. I do it to, say, a cube. And then if I want to draw over the surface of the cube, then I can draw one face of it, and then shift onto a second plane, then shift and go onto another plane. See that? I can be drawing texture maps. So if I'm drawing the letter E is going to appear like this. Whereas if I move over and draw, let's say, the letter A, then this has to have the correct orthographic or isometric distortion. And then maybe the letter B. All right, so I'm capable of doing plane shifts. And so this, works into, let's say if I draw a figure, I will do this. I do broken lines. So broken lines are flow. These are flow lines. So the flow lines, you feel like the line gets closer and this line gets further away. If we treat it like a car, right? So we have a car that is drifting by. Right? These are like separate frames of animation on a car that's driving away from us, that's skidding and driving away from us. So the thing is that when you start, the thing is that you need to grasp perspective and drawing in perspective in order to get the hang of that proportion stuff. Unless you can maintain proportions from a singular viewpoint, you're not gonna be able to do it. So this means that when I draw the this donut, right, this is drawing a circle, and this circle over here is the same circle except I've moved it back. Right? I've moved it back and I've rotated it. I'm able to draw this circle in multiple positions through space without changing the circle. I'm fluently able to perform this distortion, a positional and rotational distortion on the object without distorting it. So if you want to get good with drawing forms, then you need to be able to I can draw the flow line, and then I can create the flow, like the width of the torso more or less, and I could I can divide this torso up, and then I can start thinking I can draw additional flow lines and use that to figure out how the legs are, and then start connecting them up to the torso. And don't worry. Like the thing is that there's error. There's as long as it fits within the acceptable margin of error, I don't care. It's fine. Here, I should get a flow line here. Right, so I mean, when you're doing perspective and all that stuff, like I just learned to accept. And this is how I deal with the foreshortening. Is I don't worry so much about getting like some super accurate, anatomically correct foot. This is the rough drawing. Later I can go in there and I can shrink wrap it. So if I just turn the whole drawing blue, now I can use this as a basis for a much more correct drawing. Here, whoops, let me use a thicker line so this way it really shows up. And I'll knock back the drawing. So something like this, I can now go in and I can use this for the basis of a much more correct drawing. And I don't have to draw, like I'm not tracing my lines. I'm just drawing, where I see the flow, where I think things are going to be correct. But right now I'm correcting the I'm going through and I'm correcting the errors. I'm just drawing it a second time without as much errors because now I have a much clearer picture of what the fuck I'm doing. So, yeah. All of this stuff is just, right, like you see how long it takes for me to explain, just the concept of adjustable precision, that it's like, the reason it takes so long to explain it is because it takes several different subsystems. It's several different subsystems, and they're all interwoven. And so I can't just explain one thing without also explaining, like, 2, 3, 4, 5 other interlinked subsystems. Hey, Big Pun. Senior in high school, go to college. Don't see any majors that interest you besides art and animation type courses. Family and some friends think it's a waste of money and time. What do I think? Going to college for art stuff worth it? Not if they're teaching with the wad of knowledge method. So, I mean, wad of knowledge means, like, look at people, how people teach history, right? Have you ever been to a history class and they just get you to memorize? Sorry, classes I went to for history, they just get you to memorize dates and names. So the thing about drawing is like walking. You got so many things you got to build on when you're walking. You got to work on vision systems. You have to work on your sense of balance and, coordinate. You got to coordinate all these muscles. You have to strengthen your muscles to the point where you can walk. And no book is going to make you good at walking. Like, it's an impossibility. So when I look at, trying to teach drawing to people, it's more like, you have to learn systems. And if you look at fire has the fire triangle. You've got to have oxygen, you need to have fuel, and you need to have a high enough temperature so that the oxygen will combine with your fuel to create a combustion reaction, which will throw off enough heat and temperature, which will maintain the reaction because the oxidation won't occur below a certain temperature. You have the fire triangle. You take anything out, it falls apart. So in the case of drawing, I've got all these little subsystems which you have to deal with. You've got to have the right mindset for it. You've got to be able to handle, what tools you're going to use. You got to be good with those tools. You got to practice with those. Then you got to figure out, how do you put the lines, where are you going to put them down, and all these, how do you do 3D geometry rendering? And all of these have their own little subsystems. It's like trying to build a car, and just having all the parts won't make you a car. It won't make a car if you have all the parts. You still have to install them in the right place. You still got to interconnect everything. If anything's defective, you have to reach in there and know what's going wrong and deal with all the... It's just... There's so much to deal with. And when I look at how colleges are, they give you courses, and the courses, you go to attend a course, and you have how long to work on it? You've got like maybe an hour or 2 hours in the class, and then you move on to the next class. And the thing is that they get you to learn so many different courses at once, you can't focus on any of these things and maintain these things. You can't... And you have to do all of the assignments for all these courses at the same time. How do you learn anything? I don't know. So, that's my problem with the way schooling is, even in colleges, is the fact that they don't allow people to focus. When I learned how to draw, I just focused on here. I wanted to learn how to do a straight line. So this is what I did. I would draw a circle. I would put one dot in the middle, approximately. Then I would draw a line that goes out to the edge and come back. And I would work my way around. And I had to try and touch the line without going too far. Obviously, it's mechanically impossible to be perfect, but you still have to strive for it. Still try and try as best you can. And this is it, right? If you want to learn how to do straight lines, then make an exercise that forces you to draw straight lines and every possible straight line, which means the whole 360. And it's going to feel really awkward at first. And you just have to practice with it until it feels normal. And then, now just because it feels normal doesn't mean that that's how you're going to draw every single straight line. Because the thing is that to learn a technique does not mean that you just learn it and get good with that one technique. To master a technique, thank you for following. To master a technique means that it becomes effective in all parts of your drawing. So that means that you use it for everything. So every time you need to draw a straight line, you have to use that technique. which means that if I draw boxes, right? One thing I was doing was I was always returning back to a point. You'll notice that when I drew the circle exercise, I would always go back and forth, always returning to a point. So when I draw boxes, look at how I'm drawing dots and I'm returning to that point. Then I go and I think, okay, where do I want that next point to be? I look at the visual, I visualize the line between here and my pen tip. Now I start going back and forth. I'm using the same technique that I just used in that circle exercise. Every time I need to draw straight lines, that's what I do. So you haven't mastered or learned a technique until you're just naturally using it. Just, you don't think about it, you just do it that way. Well, if you want to get good with if you want to back up in case your right hand breaks down, then fine, practice with your left. I actually haven't, and I use my left hand to operate the Nostromo. It's a I just do it so that I can, so I can handle my undos and redos. That's how I draw now, is I use this point-to-point technique, and I always have the returning. And another system is ghosting. So ghosting is when you draw back and forth like this, right? And you can feel, it introduces familiarity into your hand. It gives you that kind of feeling. The more you do it, the better, the easier it gets. You'll notice also that I don't draw with my fingertips like this, right? This is a shoulder elbow motion. Right, like my accuracy is, maybe 98%, 98%. It's pretty good. It's good enough, right? It's good enough. It's enough that that it doesn't take me all day to do the damn thing. Because the thing is that thought and feeling is very, very fleeting. And if you're spending too much time on trying to just draw one line, well then, whatever you wanted to draw and however you felt about it, you're probably going to forget it by the time you get, a few lines down. So this is why it's important for me to manifest my lines rapidly. Yeah. So that was the circle exercise, the circle, spoke wheel exercise being applied to the cubes. And there's modifications. There's movement is not a form of thought, but it is the result of thought. It's the product. It is a product of thought. So here's another. This is an altered version. So you have to do mutated versions of the exercises as well, which means if you're going to draw lines that are on a perspective, which, in this case, I've taken the dinner plate and I've tilted it away from me. And now I'm repeating the exercise on a tilted ellipse, right? We just take that thing and we turn it. What about curved lines? When you draw curved lines from the shoulder, you have lots of trouble. Well, same thing. Remember how when I do these dots, these give me little, imaginary waypoints for the straight line. So curved lines also can have waypoints as well. Now I can figure out, I can rehearse, and I can place as many little waypoints as I need to help me get that line. Okay? And that's it, right? And the other thing I have to say is, stop trying to be perfect. Accept a reasonable margin of error. People will not really care if you nailed it with one line. They really don't. Just like I say, is that you just need every line that you put down is there to help you figure out where to put the next line and the next one. So the thing is that if you're going to draw a curved line, these little curve points, these are to tell you where does that curve have to go through? It's got to go through there, and it's got to go through there at that angle. It's got to go through this point in space, and it's got to go through at this angle, and it has to kind of turn, and I can break the fucking thing. Break that line. Break it, because then you really start to feel, oh, look, the long line is where I move fast. Little lines means I got to take it a little slow through that curve. This is we're going around the canyon, right? We're going around the bend, and so it's like a race car. So that becomes your loose guideline. Then you go in there and you start saying, all right, there's the first piece, there's the second piece, that's fine, and then there's the third piece. That's good enough. For, you know, if you're gonna do super clean line work, okay, fine. Then what I do is on a tablet, I use a line stabilizer, and the stabilizer smooths out my brush strokes, so I get a really like liquidy smooth line. That's about it. It's whoops, hang on, wrong tool. Yeah. Oh, not that one. I need to erase all the blue lines. Here we are. There. Right, so that's all it is it's just, you just draw your lines approximately where you think they should go. And then on a separate layer, you go in there and you just use a stabilizer. And then you're good. It's that simple. Oh, and also, you know, understand that your arm likes to draw curves this way. It doesn't, well, it can kind of handle curves like this. It really does not handle this side. Okay, so if I draw the bad zones are like this. Hang on, if I draw like a circle, okay, then generally these areas are pretty good, and these areas are kind of difficult. These are difficulty zones in the red. Okay, the reason why they're difficult is because if you look at the physical camera over here, my hand covers that. That's why it's difficult, and this is a weird fucking feeling. This is a much more natural feeling. Yep. If you do it, you get better at it. Yeah. Which I guess the thing could be about stealing, lying. Don't get good at lying. Don't get good at stealing. But yeah, it's just that's pretty much how it works out. And then, you know, like even the cubes, like I've got exercises with those, which I'll have to go through over in the manual. But anyway, I feel like my my productivity has sharply dropped off for today, and so I'm gonna go off and play The Division. And hope everybody has a great Christmas holiday. I'll probably be back again when I'm recharged, and I'll see you later. Have yourselves a good night.